I'm going to wait another minute or two to start the meeting until we get at least one more person present from the committee. We need to have a quorum. I see 6 members of the committee, including myself. Up there's 7.
Good morning.
Okay, I think I'll wait just one more minute and see if anyone else joins
Good morning,
us.
everybody.
I'm not seeing the testimony embedded in the public hearing notices on our website. So I think I'll have to go by raised hands to know who to call on after the sponsor.
Representative Tepler, I did email you a list of the registrants just a few minutes ago. I think I'm unmuted. Can you hear me?
Colleen, I can't hear you. You're on mute unless you're not talking to me.
I hear her.
I am. I
Oh,
can hear.
wait.
Yeah,
Hi.
I'm wondering.
There we go.
Oh, okay, good.
I'm sorry. This happens occasionally. I turn the sound off on my computer altogether and then I can't, of course I
Right.
can't. Sorry.
No, I was just saying that there has been some problems with the online portal and with some of the LDs today registering their testimony. But I did send you a list of the registrants just a few minutes ago,
Okay.
so you can see that.
Okay,
And then
I'll pull that up.
alternatively, if committee members want to see the testimony, if for some reason, if you go into the regular legislature's bill status website, the testimony is showing up there, but it's not showing up on the portal. I don't know what
Okay.
the issue is,
That is,
but you can, with LD 1855, I know that was a particular issue this morning. And if you look, if you go to the main webpage and put in 1855, you'll see the testimony listed there, but it's not showing up on the portal for some reason. But we do have 2 people registered to testify on that bill today, and they're on the list that I emailed you.
great. And I know that for 1910, there'll be a few more people registering to testify. So thank you.
Those
All
bills,
right.
it looked like you can see the registrants for the other bills for today, but we're not altogether sure. So you'd have the list that I sent you as a backup as of like 10 for those who had registered at that time.
I'm sorry. This is what happens when my phone connects to my computer. All right, Heather, do you want me to take it from here? Yeah, okay. I will then. It looks like we have enough folks present to get started. So I will wait a second, ask Edna to please put us live online.
I believe you are.
You're all set there.
Oh, great. Thank you. I didn't see that pop up. So we are live on YouTube. This is the public hearing session or a public hearing session of the Health Coverage Insurance and Financial Services Committee. And we will begin our morning of public hearings with committee introductions. So I will start with Representative Quint.
Morning, everyone. I'm Tracy Quint. I represent House District 144. That's 17 towns in Aroostook and Penobscot counties, including Benedicta. Good morning.
Good morning. And Representative Arford, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning. My name is Representative Poppy Arford, and I represent District 49, which is the western part of Brunswick.
Okay. Representative Blyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Mark Blyer. I represent District 22, which is Leamington and part of Buxton, Standish, and Limerick.
And next I'll call Representative Brooks.
Good morning. My name is Heidi Morning. Heidi Brooks, representing House District 61, part of Lewiston.
Representative Evans.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning. I am Representative Richard Evans. I represent House District 120, including the towns of Atkinson, Brownville, Double Foxcroft, Medford, Milo, Orneville Township, and Lakeview.
And Representative Matheson, who just got on, please introduce yourself.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, everybody. My name is Christy Matheson. I represent District 1.
Representative Melorano.
Good morning, I'm Gina Melorano. I represent House District 62, which is part of Auburn.
And Representative Morris.
Good morning, I'm Representative Joshua Morris. I represent the towns of Turner, Leeds, and Livermore, House District 75.
Thank you. And Senator Brenner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm Stacy Brenner. I represent Senate District 30, which includes all of Gorham, part of Buxton, and most of Scarborough.
And before I ask my co-chair to introduce herself, I'm going to ask Representative Connor, who just joined us, to please introduce himself.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was just coming out of HHS. My name is John Connor, and I represent House District 58, which is part of Lewiston.
Great. And Senator Sanborn, please.
Good morning. My name is Heather Sanborn, and I represent Senate District 28, which is half of Portland and half of Westbrook, and I serve as co-chair of the committee, but handing over the reins to Representative Tepler for a bit this morning.
And finally, I am Representative Denise Tepler, House District number 54, which is all of my favorite town of Topsom. And I serve as co-chair of the committee and will be chairing at least a few of our morning public hearings this morning. So first we will turn to LD 1920, which is sponsored by Representative McCright. And I will invite Representative McCright to join us. I'm hoping someone else can bring her in because thank you, and present her bill. Good morning, Representative McCright. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Representative Tepler, and thank you to the committee. I'm here today to present LD 1920, an act to enact the Interstate Counseling Compact to address inequities in access to clinical counseling services and to increase Maine's provider workforce. And I apologize in advance for all the acronyms, but I suspect this committee is familiar with a lot of acronyms. After conversations with members of the Maine Mental Health Counseling Association, the Council of State Governments, CSG, and others familiar with the occupational compact concept and the counseling compact in particular, I was happy to sponsor this legislation. By enacting this compact, we can increase access to and consistency in clinical counseling services while also increasing our needed counseling workforce. Prior to serving in the legislature, I was a practicing licensed clinical professional counselor, an LCPC, and have over 30 years experience working alongside children, youth, and families facing many different challenges in a variety of settings. I know through that experience how important this work is and how important it is that we have the needed, highly qualified workforce to do it. We have a significant and increasing need for behavioral health care services and many people waiting for help. I've attached information on these points provided by the National Council of State Legislatures, NCSL, on need in Maine. You'll hear more specifically about the need for clinical counseling services from others following me today. Your committee is familiar, of course, with interstate occupational compacts, having just passed the Interstate Psychology Compact, LD 863, sponsored by Representative Tepler. I've also attached the Council of State Government's thumbnail description of interstate occupational compacts for your reference. Interstate counseling compacts, including this one, are supported by the Council of State Governments, the Department of Defense, and professional groups, some of which you'll hear from today. The compact I present, the Licensed Professional Counselor Compact, or LPCC, applies to clinical counseling services, and that is services provided by individuals who are licensed to assess, diagnose, and treat behavioral health issues. Under Maine's licensure statutes for the counseling profession, overseen by the Board of Counseling Professionals Licensure, the compact will apply to licensed clinical professional counselors, those LCPCs, the highest level of licensure in the counseling field in Maine. Different states have different titles for counselors, but the requirement for inclusion of an individual counselor in the counseling compact in Maine is the LCPC licensure. This is licensure that can only be achieved through successful completion of specific educational, national testing, and supervised practical experience requirements, all of which are detailed in the language of the bill before you. The bill language, which is even longer than the title of the bill, I'm afraid, is based on model compact language provided by the Council of State Governments. To be able to facilitate reciprocity of licensure among states which have adopted the compact, uniformity of adopted compact language is necessary to ensure the highest standards of care. The language here is modified slightly to meet our reviser's format standards and has been approved by the Council of State Governments. Enactment of the compact allows reciprocity of qualified counselors' licensure among member states, increasing the opportunity for those coming from those states to Maine, military members and their spouses included. It's important to stress, though, that adopting this compact won't take away the authority of licensure or oversight of our own state board. In addition, anyone applying to practice in Maine from another compact state must apply in order to be awarded the privilege to practice in Maine. Through adoption of the Interstate Counseling Compact, then, we can eliminate barriers to interstate professional counseling practice where appropriate, improve patient access to those services, and ensure that the highest quality standards are maintained. Thank you to the committee for your attention, and I'm happy to do my best to answer any questions. Of course, I may refer you to some following me who are more expert than I. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative McCreight. And I see we have a question from Representative Matheson. Go ahead, Ms. Representative.
Thank you, Matt. Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Representative, for bringing this very important legislature forward. I have just two quick questions. Could we maybe for the work session just get some clarification on who the member states are? And also what the application process will be like for those coming from reciprocity states, because obviously we want to decrease any speed bumps here. And I'm just curious on those 2 points. Thanks so much.
Thank you. If I can respond, Madam Chair.
Of course.
Absolutely. We'll get you what you need. I think some following me may be able to give you answers now, but anything that you don't have on those will get to you.
Okay, are there any other questions from the committee for the sponsor? Seeing none, Representative McCreight will send you back through the wormhole to our attendees area. And I am going to go in order for testimony of what I have on a list. So I see your hand up, Mr. Arnold, but I'm going to call on Alexander Katopis first to speak in favor of the bill. Is Mr. Katopos coming over?
Just a delay, but he should be coming.
Thank you.
Hello, good morning. Can everybody hear and see me?
Yes, indeed.
All right, my apologies for the delay, and thank you for taking time, each and every one of you, to hear my presentation. So my name is Alexander Katopis. I'm a licensed clinical professional counselor in the state of Maine. I also hold, through Evergreen certifications, my certified clinical mental health and telemental health provider. I currently co-own a social service agency in Waterville, and I teach at the University of Southern Maine Counselor Education Program. So with that diversified experience, I also hold, I'm interim president on the board of Maine Mental Health Counseling Association. So in November, Maine Mental Health Counseling Association conducted a survey through SurveyMonkey sent out to approximately 1,100 applicants or 1,100 clinical mental health practitioners across the state of Maine. 131 responded, which is approximately 12%. Now, out of those 131 who did respond, 87% of them were LCPCs and 10% of them were licensed clinical social workers. So 97% were in practice and practicing with clients. The survey's dates were from November 6th to November 30th of 2021. A couple of really important statistics I think that would bolster this argument were that we found out from the results was that 78% of those individuals who responded had wait lists at their agencies, practices, or mental health organizations that they worked at. And out of the 22% that didn't have wait lists, we didn't have conduct a follow-up survey to really dig into why they didn't have wait lists, whether they were turning away or referring those clients that did want to seek for mental health services to other agencies. The wait list length. Now, the time, over 91% had to wait over 1 month for service, and 20% over 6 months to engage in mental health counseling services. The average clients on the wait list, 48% of those who responded, there were 10 plus clients on the wait list at all times, and 21% had over 30 clients on the wait list at any given time. In addition to that, the length of the wait list, the sustained length of the wait list, there was a question regarding that. So 83% of those respondents said that the wait list that they were aware of was over a year, so that the places of employment or their private practices had wait lists of well over a year, and 54% of those had a wait list of over 2 years. So I just wanted to highlight those important statistics and just state that the individuals that are on the wait list or are undertreated or aren't treated really do put a burden on the mental health and hospital and medical system in the state of Maine. Thank you so much for your time to listening to these brief statistics.
Thank you, Mr. Katopis. So the questions from the committee, I see two, actually. I see Senator Brenner. Please go ahead.
Thank you so much. And thank you, Mr. Katopis, for joining us this morning. I have a slightly tangential question that I'm curious about, and I'm wondering if you might have any feedback about. Are there also wait lists for the educational programs for the training of therapists?
That's an excellent question. So I can give you my answers through a myopic point of view from USM. And the answer is yes. Traditionally, we have available slots, about 30 positions or available seats for our counselor education program. And we usually have about 60 to 70 applicants every year. So we have about a 50% acceptance rate due to the limited faculty at the University of Southern Maine Counselor Education Program.
Would you say that of the 50% that are not accepted, that it's less about their qualifications as good applicants than the ability for the program to receive them and have space for all the clinical assignments needed?
Again, for my opinion, I would say out of the 50% or so that we decline, I would say out of that 50%, we have about 60% of the 50% that are well-qualified students. It's just highly competitive right now.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Okay, and Representative Blyer, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Katopis, for being here. The question I had is, you said you did this survey between, and I may have misunderstood. You said November 6th to November 30. So this was a 24-day survey. Is that correct?
Yes, it wasn't. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
It was just an open-ended survey in the sense of I didn't put a closing date on it. We sent out the email and opened up the survey on the 6th, and the last respondent was on the 30th.
Okay, so I want to make sure that, you know, out of about 1,100 people, you're saying about 100 people responded. Out of that 100 people, the survey was done. Do you feel as though that is an industry representation of the other 1,000?
I do, and I believe it is. And if you could, and actually it was, we have approximately on MEMCA's email distribution list, there's 1,100 emails addresses, 131 responded, which is 12%. And I believe that the power of those numbers can be extrapolated onto the general industry in Maine.
Thank you.
Okay, and next we'll hear from Representative Evans. Go ahead, Representative Evans.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Kotopoulos, for being here. You may not be able to answer this, but it's just a curiosity that I have. Do you foresee an expansion at the university to increase the number of slots for training going forward?
Yes, well, here it is. I can't speak on behalf of the chair, Dr. Baruch, but we are always trying to expand opportunities to offer students and really grow the counselor education program, you know, at the University of Southern Maine. And there are other institutions of higher learning within the state of Maine, online and brick and mortar, that are joining and entering the state.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Seeing no further questions, thank you. Oh, I'm sorry, Representative Arford likes to raise her hand at the last second, so I see she has a question as well.
This is just a very rhetorical question. We did have some trouble with testimony downloading today, and I'm wondering if you did. I would like to review your written testimony. It's excellent, and thank you so much for it. Did you submit written testimony? I'm just curious. No. Oh, okay. Well, no, thank you very much for today.
Yeah, I emailed, I believe, my representatives, but I did not submit written testimony.
Thank you. That was a good call, Representative Arford. If you can submit some of those statistics to us in writing, Mr. Katopoulos, I think that would be useful. Mm-hmm. Thank you. And thank you for your testimony. I'm going to turn to Mr. Arnold, Mr. Christopher Arnold from DOD now. Here he is. And Mr. Arnold, I want to apologize. I didn't see your note saying you needed to go first until after I had already called Mr. Katopoulos. So,
good morning, Madam's co-chair. I appreciate it. It is wonderful to see each of you again. My name is Christopher Arnold. I'm the Northeast Region Liaison for the United States Department of Defense State Liaison Office, operating under the direction of the Undersecretary of Defense for Personnel and Readiness. And as brevity is the soul of wit, I will endeavor not to regurgitate much of my written testimony. The purpose of the Licensed Professional Counselors Compact is to facilitate interstate practice of professional counseling with the goal of improving public access to clinical counseling services while preserving the regulatory authority of states to protect public health and safety through the current system of state licensure. Pre-pandemic research showed unemployment rates for licensed military spouses ranged as high as 28%. The department perceives that the LPCC will increase workforce participation by historically excluded persons, such as military spouses, while increasing healthcare access and outcomes for historically underserved communities, including military-connected students, by expanding the pool of qualified mental health professionals. Pursuant to Section 2883 of the fiscal year 2020 National Defense Authorization Act, the secretaries of the military departments must consider the availability of license reciprocity when evaluating future basing or mission alternatives. The military services must also produce annual scorecards analyzing the local framework for license reciprocity at installations such as Naval Shipyard Portsmouth, the Defense Finance Accounting Service Limestone, Bangor Air Guard Base, and others. To obtain full reciprocity, the department has found profession-specific interstate compacts for licensing to be the most beneficial and achievable approach. Interstate compacts require states to approve them in law to join, and as a result, compacts take time to become effective. Instead of counting compacts as relevant to currently available licensing opportunities, in the opinion of the department, passage of LD 1920 is assessed towards the state's commitment to providing full reciprocity in the future. This will allow counselors from the Pine Tree State and from away to transition seamlessly in and out of state and provide uniformed service members and their spouses who call Maine home but are serving in other states with instant reciprocity wherever they are called to serve. The best evidence we have about the quality benefits of licensure relate to occupations that are universally licensed, which tend to have more harmonized standards across states. Where we do not have any strong evidence, however, is to suggest that the type of license recognition in LD 1920 is associated with worse quality or worse care outcomes. Congress provided the department authority to enter into a cooperative agreement with the Council of State Governments to provide grants to professions in order to develop compact law to be approved by states. In March of 2021, the department provided funding to 5 professions to develop compacts and anticipates funding an additional 5 compacts in March 2020. Since its launch mid last year, this compact has already passed in 2 states, Maryland and Georgia, and in the 2022 legislative session, 21 states now have legislation pending to join the Counselors Compact, including New Hampshire. In addition to supporting the drafting of model compact laws for professions, authority granted by 10 U.S.C. to DoD authorizes us to support professions with developing database systems to make the compacts more efficient and operational. These database systems allow states to share information about practitioners using compact provisions to work in member states. With the exclusion of a provision for a 50-state licensing waiver for non-medical military family life counselors in the 2022 NDAA, it has become even more clear that compacts such as the LPCC can provide a permanent solution to leverage underutilized medical talent to meet labor shortages in high-needs areas. In closing, we are grateful for the tremendous efforts that Maine, and particularly this committee, has historically made to support our uniformed service members and their families, and we are especially grateful to Representative McCrate for introducing this important piece of legislation. As always, as liaison to the Northeast, I stand ready to answer whatever questions you may have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Arnold, for your testimony. And I see that Representative Brooks has a question.
Yes, I know in our community before the pandemic, this has been an ongoing issue. And I know that we were also invited when one of the issues was brought to our local attention at a local veterans outpatient center that's more for the healing arts, I'll say, and coordination of care. And that was a big issue, was having a couple issues were brought to our attention. One was availability of providers. Another had to do with retaining workforce, like recruiting and retaining workforce. So I think that's a big issue for yourself, this committee, and others to grapple with, is how do we recruit and retain employees that are interested in the field. So I think this is an exciting prospect. But you can answer that question if you have any updates.
I certainly do. And we assist compact approval in states by informing state policymakers like yourself how compacts support military spouses continuing their careers, and how such opportunity, as you observed, positively impacts military retention and readiness. It is an ongoing effort. After securing passage of spouse-specific intrastate licensure laws across 49 states from 2011 to 2016, and finding that existing measures proved insufficient to meet the needs of military spouses and veterans, and differing definition of terms such as expedited between states. Since 2017, the Department of Defense has evaluated states along a continuum for license reciprocity and advocated for a variety of approaches simultaneously, with 3 distinct lines of effort to ensure a bottom line of a license issued within 30 days. In the immediate term, to guarantee that state licensing boards implement existing policies and make information about their application processes easily accessible to military spouses. In the near term, to pass intrastate licensing policies, which allow a military spouse to receive a license with a minimum of paperwork within 30 days of an application, which was effectuated in Maine during last year's legislative session. And over the long term, to pass these profession-specific interstate licensing compacts for optimum portability. The military departments want to determine the desirability of a location for basing missions, which can include the need to accommodate the well-being of families. Licensure considerations are an important both near-term and long-term effort to demonstrate state support. We're also interested in efficaciousness. The Office of the Secretary of Defense has engaged with academic research activities such as the Clearinghouse for Military Family Readiness at Pennsylvania State University and the Center for Military Research and Outreach at the University of Minnesota and Auburn University on nodes of evaluation such as recording the number of steps it takes to apply, examining the number of documents requested by a board, evaluating the board's website and licensure applications for military spouse-specific information, and the actual time it takes between an application and the issuance of a license. We know with passage of the Counselor's Compact, the license reciprocity will occur instantaneously, and a spouse will not need to go through that whole potentially lengthy process, although Maine now has one of the best processes. And shout out to Commissioner Head and the folks at OPOR for all their hard work on this issue, as well as to the Adjutant General and his staff for all of their support.
Thank you very much, Mr. Arnold. We appreciate your testimony. Seeing no further questions, I will send you back to the attendees group and ask Ms. Levitt, Bethany Levitt of Orono, to please join us in the panel to give her testimony in favor of the bill. Welcome, Ms. Levitt. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Honorable Senator Sanborn, Representative Tepler, and esteemed members of the HCIFS committee. Thank you for your time. I'm testifying today to implore your judicious consideration of LD 1920. I'm Bethany Noel Levitt. I represent the Maine Mental Health Counselors Association, or MEMCA in short. I currently serve as the legislative chair on the board of directors. MEMCA remains the only professional organization in Maine working exclusively on behalf of clinical mental health counselors and those we aim to serve. We represent 2,000 licensed clinical professional counselors in Maine, each holding the licensure titled LCPC. The Interstate Counseling Compact allows LCPCs to practice through in-person or telehealth service within and across any other states who pass the equivalent bill to join the compacts. And this would attract LCPCs from around the country to join Maine's workforce and allow Maine's LCPCs to more easily find and maintain employment while remaining within Maine's economy, all while increasing the availability and continuity of preventative or ongoing care for clients who need or want to relocate, who are experiencing disproportionately higher levels of mental health concerns, and who face barriers to accessing clinical care. And for many reasons, we have and will continue to see a sharp rise in the severity and quantity of mental health needs, drastically increasing the demand for accessible, flexible mental health services right now. The unavailability or inaccessibility of clinical mental health care leads to the emergence or worsening of mental and physical health, resulting in the need for more intensive, expensive medical and psychiatric treatment, and which cost much more for both individuals and the Maine state budget. This bill would reduce these costs to Maine's healthcare system, remedy much unnecessary suffering, and bolster the reputability, quality, and strength of Maine's workforce and healthcare systems, while simultaneously improving the economic, public, and family health outcomes. Additionally, if Maine can be one of the first 10 states to join the compact, we can make a positive and recognizable impact at national levels by establishing Maine's workforce and legislators as genuine leaders, pioneering the creation of a supportive network of states who are better able to increase the mental, physical, and financial well-being, freedom, and equity of both the public and Maine's professional workforce. And as clinical counselors and legislators here today, this is the primary duty of each and all of us. And this bill is a rare opportunity for a simple, cost-reducing way to fulfill our duty of service. It's clear that this bill confers tremendous mutual benefit for all public and governmental parties involved. MEMCA is honored to endorse the Interstate Counseling Compact. We look forward to engaging in what must become a united collaboration with governmental and counseling organizations to reduce unnecessary fragmentation and create a network of greater consensus, quality, security, and prosperity in order to create a better quality of life for the populations we all aim to serve and the clinical counseling workforce in Maine. Thank you kindly for your time and consideration. I look forward to working with you in the future, and I hope to be of service in responding to any questions you may have.
Are there any questions for Ms. Levitt? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony. We have quite a few others wishing to testify in favor of the bill. I'm going to ask folks coming ahead to please not repeat some of the points that have already been made, but to give us your perspective and its uniqueness. So next I'll call on Dominique Marsalic.
Representative Kepler, I don't see her in the attendee list.
Okay, she was on my list,
Right.
but I'll move on to Jerry Stevens if she's in. Yeah, she's in the room. So let's bring Jerry Stevens in, please.
Yep.
Welcome, Ms. Stevens. Please go ahead.
Hello. Okay. Let me just get myself organized here. So, dear Senator Sanborn, Representative Tepler, and members of the Health Coverage, Insurance, and Financial Service Committee, I'm testifying in support of LD 1920. I am Jerry Stevens, PhD, LCPC. As a practicing licensed clinical professional counselor, LCPC, and educator of 43 years, I've been fortunate to watch the mental health field grow and change. With these changes, mobility has created a dilemma in our work. Although there are many wonderful reasons to support the Counseling Compact, I will focus primarily on the impact of the counseling relationship and continuity of care, as well as the changes in the health delivery. The counseling relationship develops over time, relying on trust and clinical skill. Once this relationship is built, the client typically develops the courage to explore the issues which are causing the distress. Along with the relationship establishing, continuity of care is crucial. The client now trusts the clinician to hold space with their issues and be available according to scheduled appointments. The care will be consistent so the client can trust the process. The counseling relationship and the continuity of care are fundamental to growth and change. Counseling care, until about 10 years ago, was assumed to be face-to-face. However, with the growth and development of telehealth, it can no longer be assumed. Add the change in delivery to a more mobile society, the counseling process can become compromised when dealing with interstate rules and laws about telehealth. I've spent the past 20 years serving on the American Mental Health Counselors Association Ethics Committee, with the past 12 years as chair. In the past 5 years, Questions and requests for consults surrounding the issues of interstate counseling has been paramount. In my private practice, I provide ethics consults for other clinicians. One of the primary questions of late is what to do when a client has left the state for various reasons. A few examples that are brought to my attention on a regular basis are, and some of these have already been suggested, when a person or family members are in the armed services and have to establish a relationship with have already established a relationship with a local clinician, however, are now traveling or relocating. When a counseling student travels or goes home on vacation and prefers to remain in counseling with their clinician until they return back to Maine into their college. When a business person travels as part of their work and wishes to remain with their counseling, remain on their counseling schedule and with their current clinician. And another is when clients travel to help meet the needs of out-of-state families, as we see that happening on a regular basis as well. All of these examples rely on both relationship and continuity of care. In attempting to seek information whether interstate counseling is permissible, it is incredibly challenging to navigate the rules and laws. Furthermore, the rules and laws in each state are different and ever-changing. Many states refer to local regulatory boards for clarity. Passing LD 1920 into law will open up the freedom for client self-determination and autonomy to choose who will hold their delicate life stories. One of the founding principles of client care. For those clinicians who choose to participate in the compact, they will know which state they have reciprocity. And as previously indicated, there are 2 states already in, 21 vying to get in. And so hopefully Maine will be one of them. I ask you to please review the testimonies of my colleagues, put all the pieces together, and vote in favor of passing LD 1920. Thank you, and I'm available to answer any questions for you.
Thank you, Ms. Stevens. Are there any questions for Ms. Stevens? Nope, seeing none. Thank you for your testimony.
Madam Chair.
I think you're muted.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I don't see Julie Shermer. Do you see her in the queue, Ms. McCarthy-Reed?
I do not.
Okay, so we'll go on. And next we'll call Catherine Marble of Health Affiliates Maine. And these are still folks who are in favor of the bill. Please go ahead, Ms. Marble.
Good morning, Senator Sanborn, Representative Tepler, and members of the HCIFS committee. Much of what I was hoping to talk about has already been talked about, so I wanted to give you my unique perspective. So I'm a resident of Auburn, and I am on the leadership team of Health Affiliates Maine, which is a statewide licensed mental health agency. And much like other agencies, I think it's important to let you know what we're dealing with in terms of a mental health crisis right now. We have over 3,000 individuals on our counseling wait list in the state of Maine for just our agency. And the other agencies are very similar because we are calling around to other agencies to try to get these clients picked up and not able to do so. So make no mistake, we are in a mental health crisis here. And when people can't get their needs met at the lowest level of care, which is outpatient counseling, they will end up in other levels of care. So I myself am the case management program director. I see people end up with more severe and persistent mental illness, ending up in ERs, jails, places that are very expensive for us to provide. So if we have any ability to expand access or allow people to continue relationships when their counselors leave the state, I feel like any step that we can take that will get people into therapy and counseling, the more money we're going to save as a state and also as a community. We need to do the right thing for folks and make sure that they're able to access care at the very first indication and sign that they need it. So that's why I'm here in support of LD 1920. So thank you for your time today, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Marble, and thank you for that brevity of your unique perspective. I really appreciate it. I know the committee does as well. Are there any questions for Ms. Marble? Seeing none, thanks for putting in your testimony.
Thank you.
And next, I will move to Nicole Chase of Husson University. Welcome, Ms. Chase.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Nicole Chase. I am a graduate student at Husson University in the Clinical Mental Health Counseling program. Upon graduating, I will be a licensed clinical professional counselor. So a lot of the points, again, that have been made today are things I was hoping to talk about. So I won't re-dive into those, but as a up-and-coming new professional in this field, I absolutely support this bill. This bill would really encourage growth and development among new counseling professionals such as myself by giving us a greater client base, which in turn helps more individuals who are needing counseling services. This bill will also allow for growth and expansion of like Maine-based private practice companies. As somebody who is looking to potentially have my own private practice someday, this would really allow for that growth and development of that piece of it and expansion. By giving that expansion, we'd be again able to help more individuals, bring more revenue into the state, and allow for continuity of care, which again has been brought up many times and is not something that I will spend a lot of time on. As far as all of that goes, that's absolutely what we would like to see happen. I would love to see this bill get passed, and I really appreciate all of your time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Chase. I'm sorry I muted myself while you were speaking. So are there any questions from the committee for Ms. Chase? Seeing none, good luck in pursuing your career.
Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony. We will move next to hearing from Ms. Harvey McPherson.
There. Good morning, Representative Tepler, Senator Sanborn, and committee members. My name is Lisa Harvey McPherson, and I am here today speaking in support of this bill on behalf of Northern Light Acadia Hospital. My testimony reflects the important role that licensed clinical professional counselors have in individuals cared by Northern Light Acadia Hospital. Across inpatient and outpatient treatment programs, LCPCs conduct psychiatric and psychosocial evaluations. They develop clinical plans and implement evidence-based therapeutic treatments. We employ approximately 100 master's level LCPCs, and we are consistently recruiting for LCPC staff. Over the past year, our vacancies have ranged from 12 to 24 positions in the past 12 months. So we look forward to your support for an interstate licensure compact, which will allow us to recruit for LCPC professionals from other states and have them practice in Maine on their compact license. And with that, I welcome any questions that you have.
Thank you very much, Ms. Harvey McPherson. Are there any questions from the committee? Nope, seeing none.
Thank you.
Thanks again. And next we'll turn to Mallory Shaughnessy of the Alliance for Addiction and Mental Health Services.
Hi, sorry about that. It took a minute to get here.
Well, that's okay. The wormhole is unpredictable. So welcome.
Thanks. Good morning, Representative Tepler, Senator Sanborn, and esteemed members of the Joint Standing Committee on Healthcare Coverage, Insurance, and Financial Services. My name is Mallory Shaughnessy, and I'm a resident of Westbrook and the Executive Director of the Alliance for Addiction and Mental Health Services. On behalf of the 35 members of the Alliance, I am here today to speak in support of LD 1920. Last November 30th, some of you may have been there, I believe, and some of you may have heard about it, but the Alliance worked with several other groups to sponsor and organize a mental health summit at the Augusta Civic Center. We had close to 100 people that attended. The groups involved with the Alliance in supporting and sponsoring this event were the Behavioral Health Community Collaborative, the Consumer Counsel System of Maine, NAMI Maine, Pathways, Disability Rights Maine, and the School of Social Work at the University of Southern Maine. We called it Reimagining Community Mental Health Services in Maine. Throughout the day, we heard from consumers of services, family members, advocates, providers, and policymakers. We discussed the current situation of the mental health system in Maine, and the bottom line is we are in crisis. I'm sure you know this and you've seen this in many articles and news coverage. There are hundreds of adults and children stuck in emergency departments awaiting placement in residential facilities or to get community supports. There are thousands of adults and children waiting for openings for outpatient mental health treatment. There are dozens of residential and outpatient programs that have actually closed down in the past few years due to staffing shortages. And these shortages are for both the direct care staff, which we've heard a lot about, but also for clinicians. There is a severe shortage, as you've been hearing. There's simply not enough clinicians in Maine to cover the need. And it is only increasing. This need is increasing and will likely continue to increase over the next several years as the aftershocks of the pandemic continue to reverberate through our communities. So as you've heard, this bill would connect Maine to this interstate counseling compact, which would authorize us to participate and create a barrier-free pathway to recruit counselors to Maine from other compact states. There are many changes we need to see in our mental health system of care, but this is one step in the right direction to reimagine community mental health in Maine. So please support LD 1920 with a unanimous ought-to-pass vote. And I'd be happy to answer any questions or get any information you might need.
Thank you, Ms. Shaughnessy. Any questions from the committee? Yeah, excuse me. Any questions from the committee for Ms. Shaughnessy? Yes, I see Ms. Representative Arford has her hand up.
Yeah, thank you so much for being here with us today, Ms. Shaughnessy. I know that you have a lot of experience with working within the Department of Health and Human Services. And so first of all, I do support the concept of interstate compacts, and I very much appreciate this being brought before us today. I'm just curious as to how this works with Maine Care members. Would Maine Care participate directly with the compact and pay for their members to be served by therapists that are coming through the compact? I mean, they're from other states, obviously, and they're offering services to people in Maine. Would Maine Care support that?
Well, as it stands right now, one of the things is that it would allow people to move to Maine and start practicing here, which would be great. But it would also allow more expanded telehealth opportunities. My understanding, and I'm not the expert on this, but my understanding is that as long as they are approved through the compact, as long as we are working with compact states, and there will be rules, promulgated to cover all of this, but that they would just be practitioners that would be eligible to be used in Maine, whether it's Maine Care or private insurance. That is my understanding.
So Ms. Shaughnessy, just for clarity, the compact allows for out-of-state clinicians to become licensed in Maine without having to jump through as many hoops because they come from states that are part of the compact where we've all agreed on licensing requirements. Is that correct?
Exactly. The first 10 states, is my understanding, will be participating, and it'd be nice to be one of those states, be participating in creating the rules that will govern this. But it would be that all the states that are party to this have agreed on a set standards, and so that you could then participate in any of these states to provide services. But again, I'm not the expert on this side of things. I believe, Jerry Stevens or some of the others have more detailed information about exactly how it would work. But I'd be happy to, and there is an FAQ and there are some other resources. I'm not sure if anybody has presented those to the committee yet, but I'd be happy to send those over if not.
Thank you, Ms. Shaughnessy. And Ms. Representative Arford, are you all set with that question?
Yeah, thank you very much.
Okay, good. I see Representative Connor has a question as well. Go ahead, Representative Connor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Shaughnessy. Does this also apply to clinicians that may be working in our state? Does this give them the ability to serve clients out of state, or does this also help patients in our state to be able to receive services from clinicians out of our state? So they would be seeing clinicians online that may be in Illinois, Idaho, or wherever. Is that what this would do as well?
That is my understanding. It opens capacity. It opens more capacity for people in the state of Maine to get services, and for people in the state of Maine to provide services, yes, elsewhere. And if somebody starts their treatment in Maine and then moves to Idaho or Illinois or someplace, they could continue with that. If they're part of the compact, they could continue with that same provider. That is my understanding.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
I want to specify, I believe that only applies to states that have joined the compact.
Yes, yes, yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Go ahead, Representative Matheson, with your question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Shaughnessy. As a practitioner who is trying to navigate the licensing in telehealth, I'm really looking forward to the rulemaking. And if I understand you correctly on this, there and all the other information, it looks like there's 2 states currently that are already in this. But we are looking to try to be one of the first 10 states. Is that correct? Is that what you were saying?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Exactly. That's my understanding. Is that if we're part of that first 10, then we get to help play a part in how it is, how the rules are set and how it is created.
Got it.
It's a good seat to be in.
And that is probably something we want to talk about when we get to work session in terms of drafting the bill. We'll talk with Ms. McCarthy-Reed about that. Last but not least, I believe, testifying in favor of the bill is Dan Logsdon of the Council of State Governments. Welcome, Mr. Logsdon.
Okay, am I there?
Yes, you are. You're here.
All right. Thank you so much. I marked 4, but I probably should have marked others. We provide technical assistance to groups and states here at CSG, but I'm here to answer any questions that you may have about the compact and to clear up a couple of matters that came up during, I think, pre-testimony and a letter from the Board of Counseling Professions. I'd like to compliment on their letter. This is the nicest letter I've seen. I've got some states they could probably work with on etiquette. Briefly about CSG, we're a membership organization for states. Every state's a member. Maine participates with CSG East. We're nonpartisan and nonprofit, and we provide technical assistance to states and other organizations. So just briefly, I wanted to touch on the whole notion of confidentiality that the board raised very politely in their letter. Yes, there is a definition in the compact for current significant investigative information. That's the same with nursing and OT, which have passed in Maine. In nursing, they've created a flag system. So during the pendency of an investigation, it's my understanding, you don't have to upload the case files, but you do have to notify the other member states that an investigation is occurring. And that's important because, member states are good to remember, because member states are going to negotiate this out all through the rules process. But, we have to remember, and I know that you all are aware of this, public safety is why state regulatory boards for occupational licensure exist, and we don't want to create some sort of safe haven where bad actors can go to and avoid some sort of punishment. The significant investigative information definition, again, it's more than just a minor infraction, and it also relates to if there's an immediate threat to the public. So we tried to make that bar as high as possible. The compact is just another pathway to get into a state, and it's voluntary. No one has to do it. But because we're essentially the member states are creating a voluntary borderless practice for many practitioners, I think it's important that we're vigilant about public protection. Again, that's why state regulatory licensure boards exist. And so that's one of the reasons that we have a definition like current significant investigative information. Appreciate the board pointing that out. That's been pointed out in other states. Again, the commission will work all that out, the process for that according to their rules. But I just wanted to give you all some comfort if that was a concern for you, that one, that's going to be worked out for rules by rules. Nursing has done that. And it's not as if, Maine is going to necessarily be required to, we've started an investigation and we're going to have to provide updates with the full docket to the other member states. There's other ways around that again, the member states can work out in rules because other member states have these same requirements. Then I wanted to mention something about the background check. This often gets confused, and I apologize for that. We should have worked on that, had better language around the background check. But essentially, the way it works for this compact and a number of other compacts is we're not requiring member states to conduct an FBI fingerprint-based criminal background check at initial licensure. Initial licensure is left to the member states. If Maine believes that this person with a criminal history should be licensed, then that's Maine's decision to make. The only time the criminal background check from the FBI comes into play is if I, as a practitioner, want to utilize the compact, and then the FBI fingerprint-based criminal background check would come into play there. So it's not at initial licensure. The project team felt strongly, and the feedback we got during the stakeholder review process was that, we want to retain our ability to make decisions. And so that's one of the reasons that we put the background check just on those who want to seek a compact privilege. And then Chris with the DOD, Chris Palmer with the DOD mentioned the number of states were filed in. I just wanted to explain why the compact was only enacted in 2 states last year. We didn't finish it until late in 2020. It takes as long as it takes. And so there wasn't a lot of pre-planning going into last year's session. This year we're filed in the number of states that Chris related, and we're pending in a number of others, but we've had a whole year essentially to work with the partners on those efforts. So don't want the impression to be that there's some sort of flaw or there's something wrong with this and only 2 states enacted it last year. They just got a late start. And with that, I will stop talking. Again, want to thank Representative Tepler and Senator Sanborn and the members of the committee, and I'm happy to attempt to answer any of the questions that you all may have. I do want to speak to Member Orford's question around Maine Care, which I believe is Medicare there in Maine. Yes, if a licensed professional counselor, as defined by the compact, I think it's LCPC in Maine, if they're eligible to work through that program and get the reimbursements, then the compact would also make them eligible. The compact privilege is essentially a license in that state. We had an issue a couple of years ago with CMS, with Medicare, We were able to work through that. They changed the rules, or they're in the process of changing the rules. It's something that still has to be explained to state Medicare programs, but typically once you set them down and walk them through it, there's not a problem. And with that, I will be quiet.
Okay, and Mr. Logston, I assume you're referring to Medicaid, not Medicare.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, well, Medicaid, yes, from Maine, but we had a problem a couple of years ago with CMS, the Medicare, and had to work through that with them about what a compact privilege was, or a privilege to practice.
Thank you. And Mr. Logston, I have a quick question, and then I'll turn to my fellow committee members. As you explained it, and I guess I didn't fully understand this before, the compact is opt-in per professional counselor. So I have to choose to opt into the compact. It's not just that I'm automatically part of the compact as a licensed professional in Maine. Is that correct?
No, you're likely eligible based on a few criteria. If your state joins, your license can't be encumbered or restricted in any way, and there's a 2-year look back, and then the criminal background check from the FBI, which the commission will create rules about how to interpret that. But yes, you still have to take the step and affirmatively want to participate in the compact. There'll be some people initially. So let's say you're licensed in Maine and you're also licensed in Massachusetts. You may not automatically move to the compact if Massachusetts joins, because you do a lot of continuing education anyway, because you'd have to keep up with that in the states where you're licensed, and the fee's not exorbitant. I think in time those folks will eventually transition to the compact, but again, we don't want to step on state sovereignty and automatically order practitioners to move into the compact.
Thank you. I see that Representative Arford has a question. Go ahead, Representative Arford.
This may be a topic we will be discussing in the work session, but again, I'm curious as to how the payment end of this will work, because we have networks. Will the compact allow you to function within like a certain commercial carrier's network? Does the compact actually negotiate itself with the carriers to be in network and for certain rates? State by state, or is it just a global thing with all the states that are participating?
Yeah, I'll have to get that information for you. The compact wouldn't enter into an agreement with anyone. The compact commission that'll administer the compact is an instrumentality of the states. It's made up of the delegates from the member state boards. They don't have the power to enter into some sort of global agreement with all the member states on an aspect like that. So that wouldn't happen. But I can get you the information that you need about how it works for other professions with state Medicaid programs.
Well, my primary interest is how this, if it will in any way, how it will impact the cost of services for patients
that
are engaging with these clinicians.
Okay.
Representative Arford, I think that it would be up to the individual professionals to probably deal with whether they're in or out of network, or their group if they're part of a group practice. But perhaps Ms. Matheson wants to ask a question or make a comment on that. Go ahead, Representative Matheson.
Sure. So since I am licensed in New Hampshire, Maine, and Massachusetts as a practitioner, I think that the way that this would work, Representative Arford, is the same way it works now. If I see a patient in person, I submit my claims as a provider in New Hampshire through my New Hampshire affiliation, or if I see the patient in Maine, I do it through the Maine affiliation. So I don't think that would change in terms of claim submissions in this compact. I think it would be the same.
Thank you so much. That's right. But what I'm also thinking specifically of how the patient or the client would know whether or not the particular therapist is in their network. I'm thinking more from the patient perspective.
I think we should take that into the work session. I think that's a good question, and I do think that we can address that, Representative Arford, at the work session, because I think it is a good question that we don't have the answer to right now.
Yeah, we can provide that.
Thank you. And also thank you, Representative Matheson. Your expertise is appreciated.
Okay, is there anyone else among the attendees who would like to speak in favor of LD 1920? I'll wait for your little electronic hand to go up if you would like to speak in favor. Oh, yes. Ms. Julie Shermer, please join the panel and present your testimony. You were on the list previously. Welcome, Ms. Shermer.
There we go. Sorry about that. I was having internet problems, so I'm operating from my phone. So thank you, Senator Sanborn, Representative Tepler, and other members of the Committee on Health Coverage, Insurance, and Financial Services. I represent NASW Maine, which has over 5,000 licensed practitioners in the state of Maine. And we urge you to support LD 1920. Primarily, a lot of the things, and hopefully I won't lose power. I'm on low power, so I'm going to jump to the chase. A recent poll indicates that in the last year, demand, and this is a national poll, I couldn't find local numbers. So demand has increased for behavioral health services, obviously during COVID, 26% increase in 2021, while recruitment and retainment of staff had become increasingly difficult. So 78% of responders from this morning consult poll reported having difficulties, along with increased wait lists, a 17% increase between February 2021 and September 2021. And we all probably know people. I know I have people as a retired clinician contacting me all the time, asking me who has open panels, who can I or one of my family members see, and it's tough out there. The easiest populations that I see this really helping, from my clinical experience over 30 years in an underserved clinic in Portland, include students. So every summer around June or July, I would have students referred to me who are having crises. I would engage with them, they would be benefiting from therapy, and then they'd go to school and get lost. And in my testimony, I talk about one who had a psychotic break. So that would really help. The other are military. So military, it would be really easy because they're all under the military service. The folks with private insurances, it's a little bit harder, as you all have talked about, because to be in network, you need to be credentialed in that, not only licensed, but credentialed and accepted for that commercial insurance. So those are the major reasons. We support our LCPC colleagues and others in trying to address the workforce shortage for behavioral health and mental health substance use clinicians here in Maine. And we believe that this is one way of doing it. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Shermer. Any questions from the committee for Ms. Shermer? Seeing none, we appreciate your testimony. And I will ask one more time if there's anyone else in the attendee list who would like to speak in favor of this bill. And seeing no little electronic hands go up, I will ask if there's anyone who would like to testify in opposition to this bill. Seeing none again, I will ask if there is anyone who would like to testify neither for nor against this bill. Okay, seeing no one else interested in testifying for this bill, I will bring this hearing to a close on LD 1920. The work session will be scheduled and announced probably before next week sometime. Not that the work session will happen, but that's when it will be scheduled and announced. And our next public hearing will be LD 1855. But before we begin that, I think I would like to take a 5-minute break since we've been going for an hour and 15 minutes. So I'll ask everyone to be back by 11:20 and take your 5-minute break to grab a drink or whatever you need to do. And we'll see you back here then. I'm going to ask the committee members to please come back to their screens. Thank you, Representative Bleier. I see you're there. Representative Morris, Representative Quint, and Representative Evans. Yeah, I see you, Representative Morris. And Representative Quint. So the only person I'm not sure about is Representative Evans, but I'm sure at some point he'll join us. Oh, there's and he's there too. Okay, so we're all pretty much back. Welcome back, and we'll get started with our next bill, LD 1855, which will be presented by our own Senator Heather Sanborn. Please proceed introducing the bill, Senator Sanborn.
Thank you, Representative Tepler and colleagues on the committee. I'm here to introduce LD 1855, an act regarding point of dispensing sites for immunizations against COVID-19. In 2021, this committee held hearings and multiple work sessions on LD1, an act to establish the COVID-19 Patient Bill of Rights and amend the governor's emergency powers. The committee voted out amended versions of the bill that later became law in March. And Part D of the law permitted delegation of COVID-19 vaccine administration at point of dispensing vaccine sites for immunizations against COVID-19. The law is very specific in that only point of dispensing vaccine sites that have a written memorandum of understanding with the Department of Health and Human Services, Maine Center for Disease Control and Prevention, to administer vaccines against COVID are covered by the statute. The law also limited applicability of Section D, stating that the section is effective only during the state of emergency declared by the governor due to COVID-19 and any renewals of that declaration. And as we know, that executive order ending the state of civil emergency has expired. And so since June, healthcare providers in Maine have continued their work providing thousands of individuals with COVID vaccinations. Vaccines are widely available with many options for individuals throughout the site. And when needed, mass vaccination sites are established to significantly expand access to vaccines. The recent Northern Light Health mass vaccination clinic at the Maine Mall in South Portland is a good example of this. The bill before you today extends protections for permitted delegation of COVID-19 vaccine administration at point of dispensing sites beyond a state of Maine declared emergency. You will hear testimony that outlines the need for this protection and the limitations of the Federal PrEP Act law, which provides that immunity to most claims relating to the use or administration of covered countermeasures such as vaccines right now. Thanks for your time, and I'm going to ask that you defer your questions to the folks who are going to testify after me with more expertise on the ins and outs of the federal law and of the various states of emergency that may expire in the future or have already expired. So thank you.
Thank you, Senator Sanborn. Are there questions for the committee for Senator Sanborn, even though she asked us to wait and ask others? Nope, seeing none. I will ask Ms. Harvey McPherson to come back and talk to us from the Northern Light Health perspective. In favor of the bill, I'm sorry.
Excuse me, good morning. Representative Tepler, Senator Sanborn, and committee members. My name is Lisa Harvey McPherson, and I am here on behalf of Northern Light Health and our member organizations in support of this bill. And I want to thank Senator Sanborn for sponsoring this important legislation. The senator provided you with a good overview of the history of the bill, and I want to highlight how critically important it was to Northern Light Health as we established mass vaccination clinics across the state of Maine and the role that volunteers had in assisting us to vaccinate Maine's population. Their support was truly invaluable, and thus far we have administered 373,900 doses into arms. The law also provided public protection when volunteers do administer vaccines, in addition to the requirement that the dispensing site have a contract Volunteers must also meet strict training standards and supervision standards prior to administering vaccine as a voluntary individual. And as noted, when the governor's declaration ended, our ability to have volunteers assist us with vaccine administration in our clinics also ended. So as we approached June 30th, Northern Light Health Legal looked at the pending end of the authorities that were allowed during this law and whether or not acts would be covered under the National PrEP Act. And their determination was that these acts of volunteers administering vaccine was covered by state law. It would not be covered by the federal PrEP Act. As a reminder, the PrEP Act was passed 2 years after the SARS epidemic, and it does provide immunity to most claims that relate to the use or administration of what's known as a covered countermeasure. And one of the best examples of a covered countermeasure actually is the administration of vaccines. So after June 30th, when a healthcare professional who is licensed within their scope to administer vaccine, that individual is covered by the PrEP Act. They are administering a protected countermeasure. That countermeasure of vaccine administration cannot be delegated to a volunteer, even when the volunteer has completed the state training, without the authority that was provided in Maine law. And we also face uncertainty with the PrEP Act as legal claims arise in states, and the district courts have remanded some of the cases back to the state. And the American Hospital Association joined the Chamber of Commerce and the American Medical Association filing a brief regarding one particular claim that was sent back to the state, stating the PrEP Act is federal legislation and any decisions related to the PrEP Act should be dealt with at the federal level. Well, what does all that gobbledygook mean? What it means is there's great risk if each state begins to make decisions about the federal legislation, and we will have 50 potentially different decisions regarding the PrEP Act. So we face a level of uncertainty, and we're asking that the authorities that were allowed in LD1 regarding volunteers administering vaccines be allowed post end of the emergency declaration here in the state of Maine. And with that, I welcome any questions that you have.
Are there any questions from the committee for Ms. Harvey McPherson? Seeing none, thank you for that very clear explanation. And next I will call Sarah Calder of Maine Health. Also testifying in favor of the bill.
Good morning, everyone. Senator Sanborn, Representative Tepler, and members of the committee. I'm Sarah Calder. I'm the Director of Government Affairs at Maine Health, and I'm also here to testify in support of LD 1855. From clinical care in our hospitals to standing up vaccination clinics to administering COVID-19 tests, our pandemic response, which clearly continues today, reflects the innovation and dedication of the entire Maine healthcare team. And I'm really proud of our care team members who truly are healthcare heroes. As of Monday, our 9 Maine Health acute care hospitals have cared for over 3,700 hospitalized COVID-19 patients. Nordex, our lab, has processed over 1 million COVID tests, which Katie shared with you a few days ago. And then over the past year, as part of our mission of working together so Maine's communities are the healthiest in America, our local health systems and our care team members have worked tirelessly to vaccinate the residents of the counties we serve through mass vaccination clinics, school-based clinics, and practice-based clinics. And I'm proud to share that they have administered over 520,000 doses, or 20% of the total doses administered in the state. You've heard what the bill before you today does and the history behind it, would just say that the pandemic is clearly not over. And it's for that reason that we support this legislation, which will allow for the needed flexibility to continue to increase vaccination capacity in Maine, while still providing reasonable oversight requirements that will ensure safety. And with that, thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have. Oh, you're on, yeah.
Are there any questions from the committee for Ms. Calder? Nope. Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony, Ms. Calder. Is there anyone else in our attendee list who would like to testify in favor of this bill, LD 1855? Nope. Seeing none, I'll ask if there's anyone who would like to testify in opposition to the bill. Seeing none, I'll ask if there's anyone who desires to testify neither for nor against the bill. Oh, and again, seeing none, I'll bring to a close the hearing on LD 1855. And our next bill that we'll be hearing is LD 1858. Hang on one second while I find that sponsor. Boy.
He's on his way over.
Oh, he is. Okay, thank you. Welcome, Senator Farron.
Good morning, folks. How are you all today?
I think we're okay.
I think you're okay. All right. We like to hear that. Senator Sanborn, Representative Tepler, and members of the Health Coverage Insurance and Financial Service Committee. I am Senator Brad Farron, and I have the honor of representing the people of District 3, which includes much of Somerset County and one town in Kennebec, the town of Rome. I'm here before you today to present LD 1858, an act regarding delegating authority of services performed by emergency medical services personnel in healthcare facilities. It's no secret that rural healthcare facilities across the country, and especially here in Maine, are struggling. We have passed legislation incentivizing people to work in rural areas. We've leveraged partnerships between emergency medical service providers and healthcare facilities and provided funding for workforce development. While these steps have alleviated the challenges to an extent, we still have a serious problem on our hands, particularly as it relates to staffing shortages in rural healthcare facilities, hospitals, and EMS agencies. We believe local healthcare communities should be encouraged to make partnerships and support each other to assure local healthcare access. If you remember LD 2025, an act to authorize emergency medical personnel to provide treatment within their scope of practice in a hospital setting with the permission of the hospital was passed by this committee and signed into law in March of 2020. Prior to that passage, Maine EMS deferred to the authority of the Maine Board of Osteopathic Licensure and Maine Board of Medicine to oversee Maine EMS licensed individuals working in outpatient offices as medical assistants. LD 2025 extended that deferred authority to the hospital setting as well. However, more recently, Maine EMS sent a letter to the EMS agency that essentially stated that Maine EMS could still be the authority over individuals with an EMS license, even when they were not working in their EMS role, but rather a role under a physician in a delegated practice relationship as a medical assistant in outpatient offices, or if they were not directly employed by a hospital. This letter appears to contradict decades of precedent and was advised by two attorneys, and Dr. Jonathan Busco, an EMS and emergency medical physician, that legislation be submitted to clear this up. For that reason, I am here before you today. This bill simply specifies that an EMS provider, whether directly employed or as a contracted agent working under a physician, falls under the physician's authority, and therefore the Maine Board of Osteopathic Licensure and Maine Board of Medicine when working as a medical assistant outside of their EMS role. And when performing their EMS role, they will fall under the authority of Maine EMS. Dr. Busco and I met with representatives from Maine EMS, the Maine Board of Osteopathic Licensure, and the Maine Board of Medicine to discuss any potential concerns earlier this week. As you will hear, Maine EMS did express a concern regarding this legislation, and I will note that Dr. Busco and I are happy to work with the committee to address their concern if they feel that is necessary. As was pointed out in that meeting by the Maine Board of Medicine, if any complaints are made against these individuals, there will ultimately be an investigation into the complaint, and the Department of Health and Human Services would be involved. This isn't a question of oversight, but rather oversight at very specific periods of time when specified duties are being performed. Again, this legislation was submitted to clear up current language and to ensure that licensed EMM providers under the authority of Maine EMS, when working in their role as an EMS, and under the authority of a licensed physician when working in a medical assistant role. It also assures that EMS agencies and hospitals can enter into relationships to share staff as appropriate so they can reduce their workforce crisis. I thank you for your consideration for this proposal and know that Dr. Busco, who is very familiar with the history of this issue, will be able to further elaborate on the specifics of the current law. And as I mentioned in my testimony, I do know there is some concern. I read the testimony that's before you that will go through this. And I just want to reiterate, I also participated in the EMS caucus that was held the other night, where everyone's trying to put together. And I just hope that, you know, we don't let territorial issues get in the way of trying to find a solution to a problem. And I got faith in the committee here and through the work session practices that we can flush some of those things out and maybe use this tool to clear up that language for the intent of what we passed last time. So thank you for your consideration. I'll try to answer questions. That testimony makes me sound like I know what I'm talking about, but really the experts are behind us, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Senator Farron, for your testimony. Any questions from the committee for Senator Farron? Seeing none, we're going to send you back through the wormhole, and we will call those speaking in favor of the bill, beginning with Nadine Nadine Grosso, who's standing in for Angela Westhoff. Oh, yes, I see Angela Westhoff is still here, but I think that's actually Nadine Grosso.
There we go. Good morning.
Good morning.
Let's see. All right, bear with me 1 second. We're just going to have a little technical difficulty here. I'm just going to pull up Angela's remarks. We are tag teaming today.
Okay, thank you. You can change your name if you'd like to as well, with one of your little dots.
All right. Let's see, let's do that. Oh, rename, there I am. All right, there we go. Great. Thank you. So good morning. My name is Nadine Grosso, and I'm pleased to be here on behalf of the Maine Healthcare Association today. I am the Vice President and Director of Communications, but I will be delivering the testimony of our President and CEO, Angela Westhoff. So thank you very much for allowing us to do that today. So good morning, Senator Sanborn, Representative Tepler, and members of the committee. Maine Healthcare Association, we're pleased to present testimony today in support of 1858. We represent approximately 200 nursing homes and assisted living or residential care facilities across the state of Maine. And our mission is to empower members to ensure the integrity, quality, and sustainability of long-term care. On behalf of our membership, we are again providing testimony in support of 1858 while also seeking for some clarification on definitions. So as we understand it, this bill seeks to expand delegation of medical services to a licensed emergency services person to healthcare facilities, and further adds that the individual may be employed or a contracted agent of the hospital or healthcare facility. Because nursing homes are among those entities that could be included in the definition of healthcare facility, this bill caught our attention. Additionally, our members' existing relationships with EMS providers may also provide opportunities for collaboration beyond traditional emergency and transportation services. And so the extent to which the bill before you today makes that possible, we were also interested in that aspect as well. There is no question that the COVID-19 pandemic has demanded flexibility, ingenuity, and collaboration to support Maine's healthcare staff as they perform clinical tasks within their professional licensing scope in a variety of settings. I know in our part of the world in long-term care, through waivers and executive orders and declarations, we've facilitated healthcare services for Mainers during this challenging time. We think this bill begins to address the need for greater and perhaps more permanent flexibility, and thus we support the idea. In nursing facilities, the licensed medical director, which can either be an MD or DO, provides oversight and is responsible for the medical direction and coordination of medical care in our facilities, but they are not always physically present. Standing orders do provide an avenue for certain tasks to be carried out in their physical absence. Our members do indicate that EMS professionals could possibly provide a variety of medical services depending on their level of training and scope of service. There are also circumstances where patients are being discharged from a hospital setting to long-term care, and conversely being transported from long-term care to hospitals. EMS personnel could possibly provide patient clinical services during these circumstances and within the walls of long-term care facilities. I mean, in closing, the long-term care staffing shortage predates the pandemic, but it has certainly risen to a crisis level here today for us. Maine needs to just be creative and consider all the options to address the shortages across the healthcare sector. Breaking down silos, opening communication, and working together, we can positively impact patient outcomes. So if the intent of this legislation is to include nursing homes in the definition of healthcare facilities, then we certainly welcome the opportunity to explore any possibilities with our EMS partners. And we thank you for the opportunity to comment today. I'll try to answer any questions. I know there are a lot of experts behind me that have a much larger stake in this legislation than we do, but I'll certainly be happy to try to address any questions you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Grosso. I see a question from Representative Evans. Please go ahead, Representative Evans.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mrs. Grasso. I just wanted to ask, can you anticipate a situation where there would not be direct medical oversight? As you mentioned, nursing homes, there is someone who is a supervisor. Can you think of any other areas where there may be situations where there would not be direct medical oversight?
Representative, are you asking about other healthcare settings?
Other healthcare settings, yeah.
Again, I think that goes back to how you all ultimately define the definition of healthcare facility in this legislation. I know for us, I can only speak for nursing homes and assisted living facilities. And in assisted living facilities, there's actually even less. There is a medical director. However, there's also an RN consultant that can fill the role. I don't think this bill was intending to apply to assisted living, so I only was addressing the nursing home side.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, I do want to point out, thank you for that good question, Representative Evans. I hope that Ms. McCarthy-Reed will prepare for us for the work session, sort of what the possible definitions are of the facilities that we're talking about, or want to or don't want to talk about. So thank you. Any other questions from the committee for Ms. Grasso? Seeing none, thanks for your testimony, and I will turn to Jonathan Busco. of Bangor. Welcome, Mr. Busco. Or Dr. Busco, I'm not sure which one it is.
Dr. Busco, Senator Sanborn, Representative Tepler, and members of the Health Coverage, Insurance, and Financial Services Committee. I'm Jonathan Busco. I'm an emergency physician in Bangor, Maine. I'm also the medical director of Northeast Mobile Health Services, an EMS agency that provides services throughout the state. I'd like to thank Senator Farron for supporting this bill. I think it's very important. As you all are aware, we're in a state of healthcare crisis, particularly in rural areas. There are issues with access, with rural hospital closings, which have been accelerating over the last 5 years. Clinics and nursing care facilities are having staffing crises. I'm working with a team at my home hospital in ACO on a HRSA grant to basically create more MAs and expand what MAs can do because there's such a shortage. And in fact, a friend of mine who is an MA is now working as a contract MA for $50 an hour being shipped around the state to backfill because the staffing crises are so bad. We also have an inability to move patients between hospitals. This has been a challenge long before the COVID crisis, but has become even more so. And as I think you're probably all aware, we currently have several FEMA contract ambulances in the state to alleviate some of that crisis, but it's not a COVID specific crisis. Moving patients from our smaller hospitals to our larger hospitals, it can take 12 to 24 hours to find an ambulance available to move those patients. So in 2021, the National Rural Health Association wrote a EMS workforce legislative brief, and the emphasis on there was collaboration between EMS agencies and hospitals and healthcare facilities, not cannibalism of staff from EMS agencies into those other settings. Historically, EMS licensees who worked as MAs and in other delegated practice technician positions like emergency department technicians fell under the main delegated practice authority of sections 2594A and 327A, assistance delegating authority of the Maine Board of Licensure in Medicine and the Maine Osteopathic Board of Licensure. LD 2025 expanded that deferral of oversight authority to hospital settings as well. The goal of LD 1858 is to make clear that that delegated practice oversight still applies in outpatient settings and allow EMS and healthcare entities to forge alliances to solve their crises of staffing and patient movement. Now, you're potentially going to hear some objections to this bill, such as this is not an issue. Historically, Maine EMS deferred in the outpatient setting for decades to the boards of licensure in medicine and osteopathic licensure. But in July 2021, there was a letter sent to Northeast Mobile Health Services that stated that since LD 2025 had used the term hospital setting, that in fact, there was not an exemption for those in the outpatient setting, despite the fact that that had historically been the precedent. And although ultimately Maine EMS 5 days or so later sent an email withdrawing this assertion in general, at the time, the healthcare attorneys I was working with asked that their MAs who also had EMS licenses restrict their practice just to what the EMS license would allow to keep them from potentially being investigated by the Maine EMS board. And so if it's not the intent of Maine EMS to do that, we simply ask that we align the law with the intent, which is that in those outpatient delegated practice settings, that Maine EMS defer to the boards of medicine and the way that delegated practice works in the state. In addition, the letter said that because the EMS providers were not employees of the hospital or healthcare entity, they were not eligible for this exemption. Well, we know that employees are people who work for other people or firms, but we don't specify the contract status. We have independent contract employees in healthcare. We have agency contract employees. We have lots of different types of employees. Maine EMS, as a state agency, has the authority to interpret the statute and create regulations around that. And they chose to interpret it as direct employment However, direct employment is not specified under the delegated practice laws. And I think if we want collaborative outcomes, we need to specify that contractual collaborative agent employment arrangements are as acceptable as direct employment arrangements. There's also some concern about loss of oversight. Maine EMS licenses individual care providers, but recognizes that they can provide medical care in non-EMS settings outside of Maine EMS oversight. That's what, that's what LD 2025 did, and what they state is their objective with outpatient settings. This makes sense when there are mechanisms in place to oversee that care. And there are, in fact, in delegated practice. Those delegated practice acts and the authorities over the physicians who delegate their practice and the PAs who delegate their practice is well established. If an incident happens in a healthcare entity, DHHS will investigate as well. So there is oversight. And so I think that both LD 2025 and LD 1858 make it clear that if individuals who hold Maine EMS licenses are working in a non-EMS setting under delegated practice, that they squarely fall underneath the boards of licensure in medicine and the osteopathic board of licensure. Now, I was an 11-year physician member of the Maine EMS Medical Direction and Practice Board. I know that Maine EMS understands the challenges that EMS agencies are facing and that our rural healthcare entities and hospitals are facing as well. And I know that Maine EMS doesn't want to encourage hospitals and clinics to hire up our EMS workforce and take them away from serving their communities' EMS needs. I know that the state EMS director, in fact, works for an urgent care under a delegated practice arrangement. And I think that that's great. And in the environment that he's in, that's not displacing a member of the EMS workforce from an EMS agency. But for many rural communities, for someone to move from their EMS role to the role of a medical assistant or an emergency department technician means that the community loses an EMS provider. So I think that there's a way to find a regulatory balance where we're assured that no matter where an individual is practicing, they have appropriate oversight. But I think we also need to maintain flexibility in terms of allowing various arrangements to be made at the local level that satisfy the needs and assure that patients have both access to care and the public gets the assurance of appropriate oversight from the appropriate body. And as Senator Farron mentioned, I'm more than happy to work with the committee and Maine EMS and Senator Farron to refine LD 1858 in whatever way makes it meet those needs of the public. So thank you for the opportunity to speak with you, and I welcome any questions.
Dr. Busco, I'm going to take the privilege of the first question as chair here. I did not hear you mention the issue of patient safety. And I guess one of the roles of this committee, in addition to making sure we have a workforce that's available and that people are properly licensed and have oversight, is to pay attention to the issues around patient safety. Can you address that for me, please? I had some concerns, particularly after hearing Ms. Grasso discuss the fact that there is often, for example, no doctor present in an outpatient setting.
Sure, and that's actually already part of the Delegated Practices Acts. There's not a requirement for a physician or the person delegating their authority to be on site. And in fact, Rule 6 of both boards, which is the telehealth board, even allows for assistants to be at the patient's bedside, but distant from the physician. Nonetheless, the way that the Delegated Practice Acts work is that everything done by that assistant is the responsibility of the delegating physician, as if the delegating physician had done that task by her or himself. And so to the extent that we already do this with medical assistants and emergency department technicians and have been doing this for decades, this LD 1858 doesn't change what's been established practice for providing medical services historically. This doesn't add any new freedoms or remove any supervision. this simply allows assures that EMS providers who hold EMS licenses but work as MAs can continue to do so, and they've been doing it for decades, so it doesn't change that at all. And it assures that whether they're directly employed or they're a contractor, that they fall under the same standards. And so as an emergency physician who has essentially 15 emergency department techs working under delegated practice, and knowing that any mistake any one of them makes puts me in front of the Board of Licensure and Medicine, I can tell you we take overseeing what they do very seriously.
I hear you, and I understand that, but this committee went through quite a bit of thoughtful analysis around the issue of allowing physicians' assistants to work without direct authority through a physician. I guess I remain somewhat concerned about the delegation, which you say is established practice, but I don't believe we've had conversations about that here before, which is interesting. So thank you. Is there anyone else on the committee? I see Representative Bleier has a question. Go ahead, Representative Bleier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Biscoe, for being here. I will say that I know that in my area, in my constituents, in the towns that I represent, there's a huge lack of EMS providers to run ambulances back and forth for our communities. And so my fear factor with this bill is that this would open up the scope of practice for EMS and create a larger vacuum for an area which we are really struggling. And I think I heard you mention something that this would not do that. And I don't know if I tend to agree with you. So I just would like to have a little more clarification of why you think that this bill would not allow that to happen.
I guess my question would be, what is it that you think that would happen to the EMS personnel? And I'll say that in the context of under LD 2025, a hospital right now, an urgent care could hire away all of your EMS providers. And in fact, that's what's happening. If you go to any convenient MD in Maine, you'll find that half of their staff are EMTs and paramedics that are no longer working in EMS. That issue already exists. This does exactly the opposite. This says that if you have an urgent care or a clinic or a hospital in your area, instead of hiring away your EMS crew members, the EMS crew, the EMS service can make a contract with a hospital that says, when you need our staff, they're there and they're working for you. But when they need to respond to 911 calls or interfacility transports, we can take them back. This is trying to accomplish exactly the opposite of what we're seeing right now, because an urgent care can offer $5, $10 an hour more than an EMS agency can, because they have predictable volumes, whereas your local EMS agencies tend to have what's called low unit hour utilization. So you don't use the resources a lot. There's a lot of downtime. And so you less reimbursement, you pay less for that downtime. Well, this essentially allows collaborative arrangements where that downtime now becomes shared between two entities, and you get more efficiency without pulling away staff.
Thank you.
Certainly.
Right. Any other questions for Dr. Busco? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony. And I'll next turn again to Ms. Harvey McPherson, who's now with us for the third time this morning, busy lady, who is also testifying in favor of the bill.
There, I am now honored to join you by saying good afternoon. It is now noontime. Representative Tepler, Senator Sanborn, and committee members, I am still Lisa Harvey McPherson, and always honored to speak on behalf of Northern Light Health. COVID-19 has taught us a lot about the flexibility that we need to support staff to perform clinical tasks within their professional licensing scope in a variety of settings. And aside from my testimony, I have worked supporting nursing facilities, and Nadine spoke through the significant challenges that we have experienced and continue to experience. And if we had had the opportunity to deploy EMS personnel into our nursing facilities, we would have done so readily and happily, and they would have made a huge difference. So this bill makes an important, but if you review the bill, it would seem to be a minor change by simply adding the term healthcare facility into existing authorities. If we look at what would a healthcare facility be in the state of Maine, it seems reasonable we would look at the list that the Department of Health and Human Services Licensing and Certification has, because the Medical Facilities Unit oversees licensing or registration and the applicable federal certification for a large list of providers. This includes hospitals and nursing homes, home health agencies, end-stage renal disease facilities, rural health clinics, x-ray suppliers, federally qualified health centers, placement agencies. It's a long list. So as I speak in support of the concept behind this bill, I echo sentiment that others have expressed that the list needs to be defined and it needs to be limited to properly address the delegation and oversight authorities within the scope of practice of the delegating individual and the licensed medical emergency service individual to make sure that the setting is appropriate and the proper delegation can occur. So I look forward to working with this committee to see how we can creatively look at the role of emergency medical services personnel in addressing the needs in a variety of settings in a safe and effective manner. And with that, I welcome any questions that you have.
Thank you, Ms. Harvey McPherson. Any questions from the committee for Ms. Harvey McPherson? Seeing none, thanks for your testimony. And I'll next turn to Rebecca Graham of the Maine Municipal Association speaking in favor of the bill. Welcome, Ms. Graham. If you can unmute yourself and turn on your camera. Thank you. There you are.
Thank you, Representative Tepler and distinguished members of this particular committee. I have been sitting here for quite some time and listening to the testimony that's gone before me. And I think Dr. Busco basically summarized our position in terms of our concerns. We don't want to be competing with the healthcare service for this. We trust this committee to be able to shape the language in a way that allows our EMS providers who are serving this capacity to have their licenses protected, but also doesn't create a place where we are competing against each other, but working more collaboratively. Those were the concerns that our Legislative Policy Committee flagged, but overall they are in full support of this proposed bill, and hope that you'll be able to work that to address some of those concerns going forward.
Any questions from the committee for Ms. Graham of Maine Municipal? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony. And I will turn to our attendee list and ask if there's anyone else present who would like to speak in favor of LD 1858. Seeing none, I will turn to those testifying against the bill. And first I have Ms. Kate Zimmerman of Yarmouth. Yep. Welcome, Ms. Zimmerman.
Good afternoon. My name is
Kate Zimmerman. I'm a board certified emergency medicine and EMS physician who serves on the medical direction and practices board for Maine EMS. I'm an academic physician who is involved with the education and direct clinical supervision of medical students and resident physicians here in Maine. I'm a former paramedic who worked for both the municipal 911 service as well as under delegated practice in a small community walking clinic prior to matriculation to medical school. I cannot support LD 858 as drafted. I support the concept of EMS clinicians rendering care outside of the typical emergency response, be it in a hospital, walking clinic, primary care office, or other defined healthcare facility where physicians are physically present to provide direct oversight. As discussed during the testimony, when the bill was originally proposed, it was to help provide staffing for Cary Medical Center to allow EMS clinicians to moonlight. The argument was made, not only did it help staffing, but that the employee piece was to assure that they would not be removed from their clinical duties while on shift to render care to patients in a hospital. What the employee piece also did was to clearly delineate under whose authority these clinicians fell while working in the hospital. Under that of delegated practice, and subsequently the Board of Licensure in Medicine and the Board of Osteopathic Licensure. What concerns me about the proposed legislation as written is that by adding contracted agent to the language, the regulatory oversight is muddied. We saw this happen with the Jackman project, which I will discuss later. It is clear that Maine EMS has oversight of EMS clinicians and services who are licensed by Maine EMS when they are performing duties under that license. It is clear that through delegated practice, an EMS clinician working as an employee of a healthcare facility is the responsibility of the physician overseeing them and thus regulated by the Board of Licensure in Medicine or the Board of Osteopathic Licensure. However, if an EMS agency were to be contracted to work in a facility under delegated authority, who takes the responsibility in the regulation and oversight of the EMS service and their clinicians? The agency by itself, or the agency itself is licensed by Maine EMS, and the clinicians employed are licensed by Maine EMS. When the Jackman project was proposed using a licensed EMS agency and their expanded scope paramedics, not medical assistants, the Board of Licensure in Medicine did not feel that it was within their purview to oversee these clinicians when employed by an EMS agency while performing their duties. As you've heard in Dr. Busco's testimony, he makes the argument that it is not within the purview of Maine EMS because it's under delegated authority, regardless of employment status. I would recommend that contracted agent be stricken, as it may be quite difficult to define who has regulatory authority over these clinicians, given the above history and the downstream ramifications. So this is a piece that I think in your work session that really needs to be discussed and considered. And in my review of 2594 and 3270A in the delegation of authority, I noted that it states that, that this chapter may not be construed as prohibiting a physician from delegating to the physician's employees or support staff certain activities relating to medical care and treatment carried out by custom and usage within these activities under the direct control of the physician. There are two terms that I feel you need to consider in this statement. The first is custom and usage. This is defined as customary practice that has been done so long that it's acquired the force of law in its locality. I'm not a lawyer. This might need more expertise, but from my interpretation of that as a physician, I would see this as delegating care or treatment, say that the EMS clinician was educated and trained to do within their defined scope of practice based on their initial education and training. If not, I would imagine perhaps that it would be a simple technical skill that doesn't require significant additional education or training, and also does not have the potential for patient harm. The second term that I call your attention to is direct control. As a physician, to have direct control over medical care and treatment that's being performed by a person who I have delegated, it would require me to be physically present and proximate so that I can assist or intervene should the need arise, especially if we're expanding the scope of these providers. And this is what's required when I supervise medical student and resident physicians. This is important, particularly when the clinician being supervised is not of equal level of training and is performing duties that are not within their typical scope of practice. So the custom and usage and direct control, I think, play a big role in the implications of this legislation as written, especially given the lack of clarity and oversight that's been brought up. I would argue that there needs to be a form of proactive oversight in a project such as Jackman, which I'll discuss next, where there is that expanded scope and not, I would argue, not custom and usage activities being performed, and where telemedicine is being used as oversight in place of the physical presence of a physician. So the Jackman project is a project that I have been part of providing guidance and oversight as a member of the Medical Direction and Practices Board. This is a project that places advanced scope paramedics in the federally qualified health clinic in Jackman during daytime hours to help with the operations and supplement EMS response for 911 calls, as well as to provide staffing to the clinic during off hours when the physician is not present. And I applaud the efforts of our EMS colleagues in trying to help with Jackman's gap in physician coverage. However, I'm concerned that it's not adequate for the needs of the citizens of the community and those that visit that community. When this project was proposed to the Maine EMS board, it was referred to the Medical Directions and Practices Board for review with the goal of providing recommendations. A subcommittee of the Medical Directions and Practices Board, I'll call that the MDPB, was formed, and we met 24 times over the course of the last year, totaling upward of 200 physician hours, carefully reviewing and approving or declining the proposed expansions to the paramedic scope of practice. And some we approved and others we felt were not appropriate to be within the expanded scope of the paramedic, and certainly these were not considered custom and usage skills, particularly when the physician was not going to be physically present to provide what I, again, would consider direct oversight. We defined initial credentialing requirements and annual re-credentialing requirements, standards of care, QI markers, as well as defining sentinel events and defining what would require immediate notice to Maine EMS and pausing of the program versus those that fell into quarterly notifications. There were thoughtful discussions that went into the review and recommendations, and Dr. Busco was present for these discussions. We came up with parameters that allowed for the expansion of the scope of the paramedic to offer medical evaluation and treatment in the off hours when a physician was not physically present, and the clinic, at the clinic, as well as during 911 response. This took a tremendous amount of work, and when our work was brought back to the Maine EMS board, this pilot program was approved. And I will be honest, it was frustrating to learn of this legislation after the amount of work and oversight that we dedicated to this project, as we felt that it was needed to protect our patients and our EMS clinicians. In particular, it is frustrating because Dr. Busco did not approach Maine EMS or the MDPB about this proposed legislation. And the lack of transparency in how the legislation reads will create a gap rather than close it in terms of an oversight of a project like this or future projects such as this one. So this, along with my concerns about the interpretation and application of custom and usage and direct oversight by this program and the loophole that contracted service creates to muddy the waters and who has regulatory oversight or authority, has led to my opposition of LD 1858. I thank you for your time. I know that was not brief, but these are all important points that I feel that should be taken into consideration. And I do hope we can find some sort of satisfactory language to ultimately achieve the goals that were set forth today. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Zimmerman. Are there any questions for Dr. Zimmerman? Nope, seeing none. I will turn to Sam Hurley, Director of Maine EMS, who is, I believe, also speaking in opposition to the bill.
Good afternoon, Senator Sanborn, Representative Tepler, and honorable members of the Joint Standing Committee on Health Coverage, Insurance, and Financial Services. My name is Sam Hurley, and I'm the Director of Maine EMS within the Department of Public Safety. I am testifying on behalf of the Maine Department of Public Safety and Maine EMS in opposition of LD 1858. Maine EMS has reached out to the constituent and the sponsor to better understand the problem that is being addressed with this modification to the statutory language, and we are unable to see what this change provides aside from increased confusion, decreased regulatory authority, limited programmatic oversight, and potential compromise to public health, welfare, and safety. In the 129th legislature, Maine EMS supported the language that formally enabled EMS clinicians to continue practicing within healthcare facilities throughout the state, a longstanding practice that Maine EMS does not oppose. Our office has no interest in infringing on a physician's ability to delegate practice to an individual with whom they were providing direct oversight, who may also just so happen to hold an EMS license within the state. Based on the understanding that the individual is working in a role other than that of a licensed EMS clinician, for example, a medical assistant, urgent care technician, etc., and they're working in the employ of a healthcare facility that has an appropriate credentialing process to ensure competency of practice. Today, an individual holding an EMS license in Maine can work in a variety of healthcare settings, such as a hospital, an urgent care, a primary care office, a doctor's office, etc., under delegated practice of the physician in that facility. This legislation is not necessary to enable that practice. The language presented in this legislative proposal has significant ramifications for altering the regulatory framework and creating a vacuum in which there is little to no regulatory authority to protect the citizens of Maine. Specifically, the clause on line 22 regarding contracted agents. Maine EMS is a unique licensing board in that it is not only licensed the individual clinicians, EMTs, advanced EMTs, paramedics, but it also oversees the entities that provide those services throughout the state of Maine, EMS agencies. This legislation originated from Dr. Jonathan Busco and is connected with the pilot project that he is pursuing in Jackman, Maine. Maine EMS applauds the work that is being done. However, the model for service delivery is novel within the state. Maine EMS has approved a pilot project that includes many aspects of the model. However, through work of the Maine Board of Licensure and Medicine and the EMS Board, we were very deliberate to define where our regulatory lane begins and ends. The original proposal for the program was to have EMS clinicians who could transition between EMS and delegated practice roles seamlessly during the care of even a single patient. While on the surface this isn't problematic, the legislation that exists here and the proposed language blurs the accountability of such practice. When someone is functioning as a paramedic working for a licensed EMS service, and when someone is practicing under delegated practice, who is responsible? Also, if we are receiving a complaint regarding the care rendered during this time, is it the physician who delegated the practice, or is it the EMS clinician? This language would completely bar the Board of EMS from taking any action on these matters. It is important to note that it isn't done with any other licensing board. If a nurse is functioning as a healthcare provider or a nurse, they are bound to the Board of Nursing at all times, whether they're working in an urgent care, a hospital ER, or a home health nurse. Maine EMS specifically has carve-outs in our regulatory authority where the board doesn't apply, and it creates gaps and safety concerns for the public as there isn't an accountability mechanism for those clinicians. For instance, if an EMS clinician is providing services for an EMS agency, but are contracted to perform those services for an organization, who oversees that program? The Board of Licensure in Medicine and Osteopathic Care does not oversee EMS clinicians nor agencies, including their clinical practice, nor their scope of practice, nor are they able to take any action against them. Only the physician is applicable. EMS clinicians working for hospitals, urgent care facilities, and other healthcare facilities are working under the delegated practice of that facility, and they are responsible for ensuring the competency of those staff to perform the skills that they are being asked to perform. A key example is the Jackman pilot project in Jackman. Northeast Mobile Health Service, a large for-profit EMS agency in Maine, is contracted to provide services in that area with the assistance of telehealth clinicians. Originally, Northeast proposed skills that exceeded the Maine EMS scope of practice, and the national scope of practice. These clinicians did not have the training to perform the skills at the time of the proposal. However, through hundreds of hours of Maine EMS physician staff time investment, we were able to give structure to the program to ensure competency and safety for the public. While Maine EMS doesn't have unlimited bandwidth for projects like this, it is dramatically different than the retroactive enforcement mechanism that is used by the Board of Licensure in Medicine. BOLM receives complaints after incidents occur, not prior to the start of a project. These changes would remove Maine EMS's ability to ensure the public safety, and it would also bar Maine EMS from acting against an EMS clinician if appropriate, and it would only empower BOLM to take action against their supervising or delegating physician. This ambiguity is detrimental to the healthcare system as a whole and the safety of the patient statewide. While the care of the EMS patient is delivered by the responding EMS clinician, the Maine EMS system oversees the care of patients via protocols carefully developed by the Medical Direction and Practices Board and the scope of practice carefully developed by the Maine Board of EMS. Oversight of the initial and continuing education system and administration of quality management system. These and other features of the Maine EMS system embrace the EMS clinician as they care for patients and together promote safe and effective care for EMS patients. This prospective oversight and authority of the EMS system is essential for the safe management of patients and does not exist within the BOLM structure. The EMS scope of practice is predicated on the EMS clinician's primary education, the certifying process that confirms knowledge and skills, credentialing at the local level, regional or state level, and the EMS clinician's state license to practice pre-hospital care within their state. Any expansion to an EMS clinician scope of practice should ensure that the added practice meets the same steps and rigor of the foundational scope of practice. This proposed language and inclusion of contracted agents raises potential vulnerabilities in the safety net established by Maine EMS's oversight of EMS clinician scope of practice. Maine EMS recognizes and respects the autonomy of physicians, hospitals, and clinics that employ EMS clinicians, but also understands the measures that hospitals and clinics establish to ensure oversight, education, and quality management. In the case of employees, the lines of authority are very clear, and the delegation of practice is very clear. And if the EMS clinician's scope of practice is expanded, the responsibilities for this expansion are very clear. They fall on the hospital or that healthcare facility. In addition, it is more easily postulated that a supervising physician is immediately proximate to the patient's care and available for questions, concerns, or unexpected outcomes. Maine EMS has historically and continues to support this practice. In the case of contracted agents who attempt to expand.
Can you wrap it up for us?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
In the case of contracted agents who attempt to expand the EMS clinician scope of practice and lines of authority, the physician delegating the clinician's practice and the assurance of adequate training, maintenance of competencies, quality management steps, and the proximity of the overseeing physician are less clear and raise the potential for unforeseen vulnerabilities in the care provided that would raise the level of patient safety being impacted. Thank you, and I'm more than happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hurley. Are there questions from the committee for Mr. Hurley? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony. Is there anyone else in the attendee list who wishes to speak in opposition to this LD? Seeing none, I will ask if there's anyone who wishes to testify neither for nor against LD 1858. Yes. I'm sorry, Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran would like to testify neither for nor against. Welcome, Mr. Moran.
Hi, Chair Tepler, Chair Sanborn, members of the committee. My name is Dan Moran, Director of Government Affairs and communications for the Maine Medical Association. Because this is virtual, I signed up neither for nor against without written testimony because I was given the authority from Dr. Mullen, who is a member of the chapter of American College of Emergency Physicians. He submitted testimony, written testimony, neither for nor against the bill. And although the Maine Medical Association doesn't have a position on the bill, MMA staff does perform specialty society executive management services and administrative assistance for 12 medical specialty organizations, pediatrics, psychiatrists, ophthalmologists, emergency medicine, and they're often integrated with our government affairs infrastructure. Dr. Mullen's testimony indicates that 240 emergency physician members of the Maine chapter of the American College of Emergency Physicians is neither for nor against the bill. They identify that over the last several years, they understand the workforce shortages for rural hospitals and healthcare facilities, but wanted to make reference of a few points. What is not in his testimony is, and as you heard earlier, the definition of healthcare facility. What does that include? There are two references that I would reference, and Colleen knows them well probably, but the CDC reference of designated healthcare facility, you may be familiar with that statutory definition because of the governor's mandate earlier this year for healthcare workers to receive COVID vaccinations. Interestingly enough, when we reviewed that mandate, we found out that that definition of designated healthcare facility did not include independent private physician offices, walk-in urgent care businesses, any other privately operated healthcare provider. For example, physical therapy offices, naturopathic offices, chiropractor, acupuncture. And then there's another definition that you also heard referenced that from the MHDO, which is pretty comprehensive and includes radiology facilities, rehabilitation agencies, home health providers, assisted living programs. That's under 2787024. So the reasons for HCIFS, neither for nor against, is similar to what you've heard. Every licensed healthcare provider in the state should be held accountable to the agency that issued their license when they're operating within their scope of practice. And it's already been well identified. Where do we go in order to have that oversight? The emergency physicians are concerned the language presented expands the settings to which that oversight would be lacking potentially in relatively unregulated healthcare settings, similar to what I mentioned before about urgent care clinics for that are operated from out of state, naturopathic offices, chiropractic offices, acupuncture, physical therapy. Hospitals, they're covered. They have typically very high levels of credentialing, supervision, and oversight, including a physical presence of a physician in most cases. The levels of supervision can be and are much more variable at other healthcare facilities. It's important to note that this bill only touches the Maine Emergency Medical Services Act and doesn't go in any way into the statutory purview of either boards of licensure for medicine, the Board of Nursing, or the board or anything associated with physician assistants, which also falls under the Board of Osteopathic Licensure and the Board of Medicine. I'd be happy to take any questions, bring them back to Dr. Mullen. And we had a pretty robust discussion on our legislative committee last night, the Maine Medical Association, with a lot of people participating, and there was quite a bit of confusion about where the oversight would come from and actually what the need was for this. So we'd be happy. Dr. Mullen is going to try and make himself available for the work session if you'd like him there.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moran. I think it might be useful to have him available, although I don't know, if we'll call on him necessarily. If he's willing to hang out, that would be great.
As a practicing emergency physician, it's quite difficult to pin down a time where he can step away from his job. So thanks.
I hear you. I hear you. Thank you. Are there any questions from the committee for Mr. Moran? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony. Is there anyone else in the attendee list who would like to speak neither for nor against the bill, LD 1858? Seeing none, we're going to move to just do one more bill that is rather brief before we this committee takes a lunch break and comes back to finish our last two bills for the day. We will hear 1882 now. I'll open a public hearing on LD 1882 and invite the sponsor, Representative Dillingham, to come and present her bill. Welcome, Representative Dillingham.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Senator Sanborn, Representative Tepler, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Health Coverage, Insurance, and Financial Services. I am Kathleen Dillingham, and I represent House District 72, which is comprised of the towns of Mechanic Falls, Otisfield, and Oxford in Western Maine. I'm here today to present LD 1882, a resolve directing the Department of Health and Human Services to review the requirements for certification of micropigmentation practitioners. Licensing for microblading, per the department, falls under chapter law for micropigmentation. Questions concerning the licensing requirements for this type of application were brought to me by a practitioner in my area. Microblading is a semi-permanent technique for enhancing the appearance of eyebrows in which pigment is scratched into the first layer of skin in fine, short strokes resembling hair using a hand tool with a blade formed of very tiny and short needles. Micropigmentation and microblading is not tattooing and is expressly stated as such in Title 32, Chapter 63-A, subsection 4311 under definitions. Without scheduled touch-ups, microblading will fade, whereas with traditional tattooing, the tool used is different. They are working through many layers of the skin, and the work is considered permanent. In August of this past year, the Department of Health and Human Services sent notice to individuals they believed to be practicing microblading, informing them that there was a new state law that revised the statutory definition of micropigmentation and that the law would become effective on October 19, 2021. If you look at chapter law online, the language is still from 1997 and does not reflect any updates from 2021. And I understand that there are cases where the online documentation has not been updated. In the same notice, it offers the new definition of micropigmentation as placing non-toxic dyes or pigments into or under the skin to form marks for cosmetic or medical purposes, and that micropigmentation does not include tattooing. I brought this issue before the committee in hopes that you will direct the department to review these new rules concerning micropigmentation. And there are a couple specific rules I would like to address. Under C, establishment, number 3, it states that the room in which micropigmentation is done shall have an area of not less than 150 square feet. Many of these establishments in rural parts of the state operate in repurposed older homes. The practitioner is assigned to a room that once was probably a bedroom to perform these cosmetic techniques. Many of these rooms just do not meet the size requirement or lend themselves to reconstruction. Setting the size of the room at not less than 150 square feet appears arbitrary, and the department should revisit this to establish a minimum area is set to ensure the safety of the client and the practitioner. The next piece that I believe should be revisited by the department is education and training. Though the department makes clear that micropigmentation does not include tattooing, the required training to receive your license involves learning cosmetic tattooing. I don't believe this was the intent of the department, but in order to now receive your training from an instructor that meets the department's certification set forth in new rules, individuals have to travel out of state to take an in-person class. In the case of this practitioner, what was found to be available is at the cost of $5,000 for the class alone and includes cosmetic tattooing. This is after the practitioner already taking a class specifically for microblading taught by an individual here in Maine, and that was at the cost of $2,000. Also, to be clear, this practitioner is licensed by the state of Maine as an esthetician, trained in skin care and the medical aspects around bloodborne safety and hazards. It is my hope that the department will work with those Maine citizens that were already providing training for microblading to create a certification that allows them to continue to train individuals in this cosmetic technique, and perhaps it will creating a certificate specific to microblading in addition to the larger licensing of micropigmentation. Thank you for your time and consideration, and I'm happy to try to answer any questions the committee may have.
Thank you very much, Representative Dillingham. I guess the only question, I see a question from Senator Brenner. I'll let her go ahead. Go ahead, Senator Brenner.
Thank you, Representative Dillingham, and thank you, Madam Chair. As you can see, I don't have a lot of personal experience with microblading, but I'm just wondering if you could walk me through what's happening in other places in the country with regard to training, licensing, has categorized, is it, are they considered under tattoo licensing, or what is kind of best practices in other states with regard to licensing and regulation?
So from the research that I found and being able to speak with this practitioner, it actually varies by state, but all of them are very clear that microblading is very different than tattooing. I would show you the implement used for microblading, but I know that we're not supposed to use props. But it's very, very small. And you have Dr. Evans here on the board. I think that he can talk about the different layers of dermis, but when you're talking about microblading, and I have not had it done. I've learned a lot since having this individual come and sit with me through frustrations that they experience with the department. It is just that single layer of the skin. Sometimes there is bleeding, but not normally. Whereas when you are tattooing, anybody who has had a tattoo knows that it is a machine that's normally battery powered or has an electric component to it. You're working through many different layers of the skin. There is always bleeding and scarring that's left after you have your tattoo. What this individual went through was that she'd done the training through the state, through somebody who, at least they believed before these rule changes, were certified to train her specifically in microblading. So just working in that field. She received this letter, and then as she started working through with the department, there seemed to be a lot of confusion between from the inspector between what was microblading and what was considered semi-permanent cosmetic techniques versus tattooing. And even when you look through the rules, there is still a definition that they refer to as tattooing, even though they make a statement that micropigmentation is not tattooing. So it's kind of went a long answer. It really is by state as far as what everyone defines through licensing, and if there's a specific license for just the microblading versus a larger cosmetic license, really specific to the state. And I'm just looking for some clarification on the rules. And I didn't add this to my testimony because I have not been able to verify. But as this started to go down the lines, I got involved. I started asking questions of the department. It was then told to this individual by the inspector, well, actually, these rules haven't been adopted yet because they need to go in front of the legislature. So that was a little frustrating for me. I haven't verified if that happened, but when I look at chapter law right now, it refers to rules as routine technical, which wouldn't require them coming before the committee of jurisdiction. But I'm wondering if somewhere along the lines when this was in front of the committee last year, if you determine that any rules needed to become major substantive, and that's why maybe they have not been implemented yet. And that might be why there isn't an update in chapter law right now when you go to look at them, because maybe these new rules do have to come in front of you folks again. If they do, that's great. I hope you relook at some of these specifics, but if not, I hope there's guidance to the department to maybe clean up some of the directives in the rules and take a look at the application of what these rules are talking about doing, and that there seems to be confusion between microblading and permanent tattooing.
Thank you, Representative Dillingham. And I will remind the committee members that the CDC submitted a letter in support of the bill. So please take a look at that before we go to work session. And the other issue I would say, to answer a question Ms. Dillingham just asked, is it's unclear to me at this point. We can certainly work this bill with you, Ms. Representative Dillingham, but if rules were to come before a committee, they probably would come before HHS and not before us if they came from DHHS. So that's just my thought on that. But at the same time, we can certainly work through this with you because we have the ability to do that.
I actually question whether this maybe should have been in front of Health and Human Services, but I do trust the clerk and the Senate Secretary if they looked at the definitions and what I was attempting, if they felt it belonged in front of HCIFS, I was fine with that.
Well, we have oversight of most health-related licensure. So in a sense, we do have some oversight of this. So I think
I know there's overlap.
Yeah, there's overlap, and I think we can probably work through this bill as a committee. Thank you for your testimony. Are there any other questions from the committee for the sponsor? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony, and I will look to the attendees in the meeting to see if anyone else would like to testify in favor of LD 1882. Seeing no one, is there anyone who wishes to testify in opposition to LD 1882? Again, seeing none, is there anyone who wishes to testify neither for nor against LD 1882? Yes, I see no one. So I'll bring the hearing on LD 1882 to an end. And unless anyone has a strong objection, we'll take a 1/2 hour lunch break at this point, and come back at 1:15 to finish our work for the day with LD 1887 and LD 1910. So see you back here in half an hour, folks. Well, half an hour plus 2 minutes to have your lunch. And hopefully we'll be able to wrap up before late afternoon that way. All right. See everybody in 32 minutes.
Edna, I just noticed on your document, it says 12:15, should say 1:15.
Colleen? we can hear you through.
No, I know. I'm just trying to let Edna know she needs to change her screen share.
Okay, thank you.
I'm just going to be one more minute. Okay, hopeful that we can get started shortly, as I think we have the sponsor with us for the next bill at the moment. So if you could at least flash your video on, let me know you're there. I see we've got 5 so far, 6. If Representative Arford or Senator Brenner is present, if you could just flash your video on, let me know. Okay, I'm not seeing more folks, but I know that Representative Harnett's time is short as well. So I think we've got 7 at this point who are with us. So I'm going to bring Representative Harnett over, and we will open a hearing on LD 1887. An act to establish the Securities Restitution Assistance Fund for victims of securities violations. Welcome, Representative Harnett. Nice to see you in our Zoom hearing instead of the one I usually see you in over in my other committee. And please go ahead with your testimony.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Senator Sanborn, Representative Tepler, and esteemed members of the Health Coverage, Insurance, and Financial Services Committee. My name is Tom Harnett, and I represent House District 83, which includes the town of Farmingdale and the city of Gardner. And I am here today to introduce LD 1887, an act to establish a Securities Restitution Assistance Fund for victims of securities violations. Securities Administrator Judith Shaw approached me about introducing this bill actually a couple of years ago to establish a restitution assistance fund as a departmental bill, and I'm happy to work with her on this worthy legislation. She explained to me that currently many of the victims in her securities cases are either never able to collect the restitution they are owed or must wait significant periods of time before obtaining any financial relief due to the length of the legal process. This bill will help victims of securities violations obtain more immediate financial relief while other efforts to collect restitution from the perpetrators play out. This bill has been many years in the making. To those who have been a member of this committee in prior legislative sessions, you might recall I previously presented a similar bill, LD 1704, during the 129th legislature, where it received resounding support of this committee and by both bodies of the legislature. However, due to a funding source included in the bill, it was placed on the appropriations table after the first session and was ultimately carried forward to the second session. As you know, that session was disrupted by the onset of COVID-19, and the bill was unable to proceed. As Administrator Shaw will discuss in more detail, changes have been made to the bill to eliminate any impact on the general fund, and I'm happy to again present this bill to the committee for your consideration. There are only 3 other states that currently have established restitution assistance funds specifically for securities law violations: Indiana, Montana, and Vermont. Administrator Shaw and her team have spent a great deal of time studying those laws and talking to those states in order to bring forward the legislation that is before you today. Additionally, in the time since LD 1704 was before you, the North American Securities Administrators Association, an organization of states' security regulators, of which Ms. Shaw is a member, has adopted a Model Restitution Assistance Act for all states to utilize. The Model Act was developed by a former member of Administrator Shaw's staff and is based on the bill that is before you. By establishing this restitution fund, victims of security violations, including Ponzi and pyramid schemes, investment fraud, and other dishonest conduct by licensed financial professionals, will be able to seek immediate financial assistance if they have been awarded restitution in a final order of the administrator or by a court in a civil case brought by the administrator. Simply put, this bill will put money in the hands of the neediest Mainers, providing a greater level of restitution assistance to those victims over the age of 65 or those deemed to be protected by the Adult Protective Services Act. Those in or entering retirement phase of their life hold most of the country's wealth, and they are more susceptible to scams and other unscrupulous efforts to take advantage of their access to financial resources. These victims also have a disproportionately difficult time recovering from financial exploitation and abuse. They simply don't have the luxury of an extended time horizon to make up for their financial losses. This bill to provide restitution assistance is one small step toward helping them recover sooner rather than later, or never at all. Administrator Shaw is here to give you a more detailed explanation of the various provisions contained in this bill. I'm happy to entertain any questions, but you might want to wish to defer those until Administrator Shaw testifies. I thank you for the opportunity to present this bill for your consideration, and I urge you to move this bill. This bill ought to pass. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative Harnett. Are there questions for Representative Harnett? All right, I don't see any. So we thank you for your testimony. And next, I think we are going to hear from a co-sponsor, but he can't be with us. And Representative Harnett, in our committee, we actually don't have the sponsors stay with us. So I'm going to move you back through the wormhole, and
Okay.
I will see you later this afternoon.
Thank you very much for your time and attention. Be well.
Thank you. Gina, am I correct that you're going to offer Representative McCrae's testimony? Representative Melrano, thank you. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. So let me go ahead and pull it up. My name is Gina Melrano. I represent House District 62, which is part of Auburn. And our colleague, Representative David McCrae, was not able to join us as he is having internet issues today. So I'd like to read his testimony, please. Good afternoon, Senator Sanborn, Representative Tepler, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Health Coverage, Insurance, and Financial Services. I am Representative David McCrae, and I represent House District 148 in Central Aroostook County. I have lived my life in the great little town of Fort Fairfield, and I'm here today to speak in support of LD 1887, an act to establish the Securities Restitution Assistance Fund for victims of securities violations. I wholeheartedly support LD 1887 as it is. At its foundation, it's simply about protecting Maine's retirees who may be especially vulnerable to these types of attacks. I know and respect Securities Administrator Judith Shaw, and I'm absolutely certain that this bill does exactly what it purports to do, which is to provide an avenue to recoup at least a portion of the funds that were so wrongfully taken from our friends and neighbors who were victims of of this. I would like the esteemed members of the committee to just think about the following scenario. Imagine working your entire adult life and saving in one manner or another for your retirement years. You have done a pretty good job of providing for these sunset years. Then along comes a proposal out of the blue that will ensure perhaps an even more comfortable retirement or promise to increase your assets so that you will have resources to leave to your children and their families. This promise turns out to be false and you lose most or all of your retirement assets. A court grants restitution, which often does not truly make the victims whole. This fund that will be established by this bill merely augments the order and at the same time expedites the restitution itself. And I remind the committee that the fund will be established by a one-time transfer of $350,000 from dedicated revenue from the Office of Securities, and thereafter be replenished by licensing fees exacted by the Office of Securities on investment advisors, their agents, and grants also. And I thank you for your attention to this matter, and I strongly am in support of LD 1887.
Thank you, Representative Melrano, and I appreciate your standing in for our colleague today. And I am remiss in not realizing that we had another colleague also planning to testify who is here with us. So I will bring Senator Bailey over now. Good afternoon, Senator Bailey. Thanks for your patience and go ahead with your testimony.
All right. Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Senator Sanborn, Representative Tepler, and esteemed members of the Joint Standing Committee on Health Coverage, Insurance, and Financial Services. I am Senator Donna Bailey. I represent Senate District 31, which is the towns of Hollis, Leamington, Old Orchard Beach, part of Buxton, and the city of Saco. It's great to be back here in front of this committee and to be working with Administrator Shaw on this legislation. I'm proud to offer testimony in support of LD 1887, the act to establish the Securities Restitution Assistance Fund for victims of securities violations. Many victims, once they lose their money to a fraudster or a scammer, struggle to become whole and get back on their feet again. Many of these people are older and having retired are no longer working full-time as doctors, nurses, or what have you. Instead, they've lost their retirement savings to a scam artist or a stockbroker who has misappropriated or stolen their money. These older Mainers are often targeted because of their accumulated assets and regular income. In the 129th legislature, some of you may recall, I sponsored and introduced LD 566, an act to protect vulnerable adults from financial exploitation. That bill, which was signed into law in April of 2019, was a necessary step towards protecting elderly people from elder abuse and financial exploitation. LD 1887, the bill before this committee today, would enhance that protection by giving victims an opportunity to regain some of the money they lost. LD 1887 would establish the Securities Restitution Assistance Fund. The fund would help people rebuild and reclaim what they've lost. It's not enough to punish a bad actor with fines, license actions, or in some cases, criminal sentences. Even when restitution is ordered, the investors' funds are already gone and the victims sometimes die before funds are paid back. While the securities administrator, who will be testifying today, can order restitution as part of an administrative proceeding, it remains very difficult to actually recover the money. That's why we need to set up this fund and make money available for victims of these financial scams. Ultimately, we want to help people who have lost the safety and security of their investments to enjoy a decent quality of life and some peace of mind during a time when they should be celebrating the life they've built. I urge the committee to vote ought to pass, and I'm happy to answer any questions the committee may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Bailey. Are there any questions for our colleague? All right, I don't see any. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you.
And next, we're going to hear from Judith Shaw. Good afternoon. Nice to see you. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Senator Sanborn, Representative Tepler, and distinguished members of the committee. My name is Judith Shaw, and I'm the administrator of the Maine Office of Securities. And I'm pleased to be here today to testify in support of LD 1887. I want to thank Representative Harnett, Senator Bailey, and Representative McCray. I feel very privileged. I didn't know they were all going to testify for their willingness to put the bill forward and for their testimony today. I think they've given you a great background to help you understand the need for and the importance of this bill. I did upload rather lengthy and detailed testimony, which you should have available to you, but today I would like to just give you an overview using a hypothetical example to help describe how the bill would be applied to a real scenario. So if you would please assume that you're a legal assistant who works for a small law firm in a rural community. The firm has no retirement plan, so when you retire, you'll need to rely on Social Security and the $30,000 that you've been able to set aside in a small investment portfolio managed by a local agent with a broker-dealer. The day comes when you decide to retire and spend more time with your family and focus on your volunteer activities. A couple of years after you retire, the economy crashes and the country moves into a recessionary period. Your financial advisor tells you that the stock market is no longer stable and you need to sell your investments and purchase silver coins, which will continue to give you a consistent return. You trust your financial advisor, so you take his advice and he uses your $30,000 to purchase the coins. The coins are delivered and the financial advisor takes them into his possession for safekeeping. Several months later, your roof leaks and you're told it has to be replaced at a cost of $10,000. You leave a message for your financial advisor telling him that you need to sell some of these coins in order to pay for a new roof, but you get no answer. You continue to try multiple times over the course of a month, and finally you contact the Office of Securities for assistance. At the end of the administrator's investigation, you learn that not only was the sale of your stock and the purchase of the coins not suitable, but the financial advisor, who had fallen on hard times himself, sold the coins and used the proceeds for his own purposes. So you are now out $30,000. And while the securities administrator took action and ordered the financial advisor to pay you restitution in the full amount of $30,000, he's on the brink of bankruptcy and can only commit to make payments of $200 per month, which means it will be 12 and a half years before you are fully repaid, assuming that the financial advisor continues to pay. In the meantime, you still have a roof that needs repairs. As the law currently stands, there is nothing more the securities administrator can do other than monitor the payments to make sure they continue to come in and monitor the financial advisor's assets to see if at any point increased payments can be negotiated. But if LD 1887 were in place, the investor in the hypothetical could, within 1 year of my order, apply for restitution assistance to get them back on their feet and hopefully get their roof repaired. So, going back to the hypothetical, you make a claim for restitution assistance. If we use a loss of $30,000 that we talked about in the hypothetical, and we assume that you're age 67 and therefore meet the definition of eligible adult in the proposal, the bill would say you are entitled to the lesser of $30,000 and 50% of the unpaid restitution. So you would be entitled to a payment of assistance from the fund in the amount of $15,000. You would continue to receive the $200 per month that the financial advisor has been ordered to pay. And once he has paid a total of $15,000, since you've already received $15,000, you will have been made whole. He will continue to pay $200, but that will go into the restitution assistance fund for the amount that you already received from the fund. Now, I recognize that the Securities Administrator's role is not just to try to make victims whole, but I'm also responsible for being a good steward of the people's money. That is why the bill includes some provisions that would prohibit recovery under certain circumstances and would also prevent an investor from being overcompensated. Representative Harnett mentioned LD 1704, and I did want to say that unlike LD 1704, which was before you in the 129th, there is no general fund impact in this bill. The money used to establish and continue the fund relies on a portion of fees paid to our office by the securities industry for licensing, which to me seems an appropriate source since our orders relate to securities violations. I hope you have found this example useful, especially in conjunction with my more detailed testimony, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have now or at the work session.
Thank you very much, Administrator Shaw. Are there any questions for the administrator? I don't see any. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Right. And the last person I have registered to testify is Leo De La Cata, so he'll be here in a moment. Oh, I'm sorry, Representative Tepler. I didn't see your hand. Did you have a question for the administrator before I send her back?
No, actually, I just wanted to ask for some information from Colleen for the work session, which is why I waited until Ms. Shaw left to raise my hand. I wanted to ask if we were unanimous in supporting the bill, what the committee report was last time, I guess is what I'm trying to say. And also it seems in my memory like maybe we did in fact, when we passed that bill, take out the general fund portion. So it would be very similar to this bill. And I just would like to remember that for the work session.
Sure, I'll have all that for you. My recollection is it was a unanimous report, but it sort of died on the special appropriations table because of the potential general fund impact. So that was but I'll get more of the legislative history for you when we discuss it in work session.
Thank you.
Mr. De La Cata, go ahead.
Thank you, Senator Sanborn, and Representative Tepler. In fact, I thought Representative Tepler was going to suggest going to a work session right after the public hearing. I think that my testimony doesn't add a whole lot new from what's been said. You'll see some statistics on page 2 that give you some idea of what the Department of Health and Human Services caseload has been over the last 5 years, and it's gone from 3,800 to 7,000, a little over 7,000 in a very short period of time. I also have some statistics from the Consumer Federal Protection Board that tells you the number of suspicious activity reports that financial institutions have filed for the latest period that was on record that they had was 2019, and those were over 63,500 nationwide, and also indicates the average loss that each elder person who had a substantiated report filed would have. And on the last page, I've actually gone and done a little bit of a calculation to show you what percentage of wealth that an individual will have who is over 65 years old nationally and loses approximately $34,000 in some kind of a scam or some other untoward activity by somebody that they trust. And in that case, it's approximately 40% of what they have left to live on. It's more if they have a house with some equity, but it's a very small amount. Looks like my camera just went off. There.
There you are.
Sorry about that. So anyway, again, I don't want to prolong this. I don't really have much to add, except that we do see a lot of people that are in trouble. And this, I think, would give them some hope that even if there was a bankruptcy, even if the fact pattern that the security administrator described occurs, they would be able to get some money. And again, it's penalty money that comes into her office that is not general fund money. So I'm not sure you're going to see the same placement on the table that you saw last time. So I'll be happy to answer any questions, but that is my testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Delicata. Are there any questions for Mr. Delicata? All right, not seeing any. We do thank you for being with us today.
Thank you very much.
Is there anyone else in the meeting who wishes to testify in the on this bill in any capacity? All right, seeing none, I will close the hearing, and this will be scheduled for work session in the near future, but we tend not to go straight to work sessions, so we're not going to do that. The next bill on our docket for today is LD 1910, an act to improve children's mental health by requiring insurance coverage for certain mental health treatment. And it is sponsored by our own Representative Tepler. And so I will ask her to proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I thought I was off mute when I wasn't. Senator Sanborn and esteemed fellow members of HCIFS, I present to you LD 1910, an act to improve children's mental health by requiring insurance coverage for certain mental health treatment. This bill is an effort to make clear that mental health parity for insured children means that all evidence-based practices in children's mental health recognized by the Federal Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration, SAMHSA, should be covered. LD 1910 began with a conversation with Representative Colleen Madigan, a practicing therapist, who reported to me that some of her clients, particularly families with children, found themselves unable to access recommended treatments for mental health because despite mental health parity laws, their insurance did not cover those particular treatments, even though they are recognized as evidence-based practices for that particular diagnosis. Unfortunately, Representative Madigan is unavailable today for personal reasons, but she may be available by the time we work this bill, and I hope the committee will consider consulting her for the work session. I want to say that it is my goal with this bill not to create a new mandate for health insurance, but rather to define what we mean when we say mental health parity. That very general term has actually been hurting some patients. And I would like us to think about specifying a little more clearly what we mean, particularly for children's mental health. A recent report from 3 cabinet-level federal departments, Labor, Health and Human Services, and Treasury, finds that overall, the promise of mental health and substance abuse parity is not being realized. However, they are committed to using all their available authority to ensure that individuals realize the promise of mental health parity, the Mental Health Parity Act, the federal one, and to ensure that Americans with mental health and substance use coverage can access mental health and substance use care that is not limited in any way that surgical and medical care is not. With the growing crisis in mental health care, and particularly in such care for children in our state, I am also committed to ensuring Maine's mental health parity law ensures a quality level of treatment. I do not know of any recognized practices in physical health, medical health that is, that are not covered by most insurance plans. But apparently, children with mental health problems in Maine may not be covered for multisystemic therapy, multidimensional or functional family therapy, applied behavioral analysis, or trauma-focused cognitive behavioral therapy. These are all evidence-based practices that Maine's Office of Child and Family Services and Children's Behavioral Health Services has sought to implement in Maine. SAMHSA maintains an evidence-based practices resource center on its website at the link that I have given in my testimony. It's samhsa.gov/resource-search/EBP for those listening. LD 1910 does not attempt to make any changes to cost-sharing formulas present in insurance policies. Hopefully, it will make our parity law more specific to ensure children in Maine with Maine-regulated private insurance that they can get coverage for the care that they need. I am happy to answer any questions I can, but you may want to hold questions about the therapies for those who come after me. I also have attached to my testimony for you some of the resources that NCSL has found on children's mental health and evidence-based practices. They're a little off the mark for this bill in terms of what the comparisons they've done with states. It's more about what HHS departments throughout the country have done to implement evidence-based practices. And our DHHS department has done so as well. But I think for the work session, we'll have to look at what other states are doing to define mental health parity, particularly for children. And with that, my testimony is done, and I'm happy to try to answer your questions.
Thank you, Representative Tepler. Are there questions for Representative Tepler? I see none. So next I am going to bring Representative Gramlich, her co-sponsor, in to testify. Representative Gramlich, welcome to HCIFS. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Good morning, or well, I thought it would be morning. Good afternoon, Senator Sanborn and Representative Tepler and my esteemed colleagues of the Joint Standing Committee on HCIFS. My name is Lori Gramlich, and I proudly represent the community of Old Orchard Beach, and I'm here today to provide testimony in support of LD 1910. As some of you know, I am a licensed master social worker in the state of Maine. While I do not engage in clinical practice, I have been educated and have received training in various clinical modalities, such as psychosocial assessment. I am also former executive director for the National Association of Social Workers in Maine, and thus facilitated and delivered numerous trainings on clinical practice, as well as interfaced with countless clinicians engaged in therapeutic interventions and community-based practice. As part of best practices, clinicians engage in and utilize evidence-based practices, otherwise known as EBPs, and I'm going to use that acronym throughout my testimony. EBPs are therapies that have been studied academically or clinically and have been proven successful and have been replicated by more than one investigation or review, and quite often are peer-reviewed. If the treatments that providers have used, if the treatments that providers use have scientific evidence supporting the effectiveness of the treatments, they're called evidence-based treatments. I was quite frankly shocked when I learned that while Medicaid covers these proven and important treatment modalities for patients, private insurance companies do not. Evidence-based practice in the field of healthcare is a vital part of enhancing critical care for nursing practice, for example, which is essential for providing quality care to patients. Adopting EBPs improves patient outcomes and family healthcare provider satisfaction. Without EBP, healthcare providers are at risk for variances in care that could seriously affect patient. Again, while most commercial insurance pays for these types of treatments and interventions for patients used for physical health care, unfortunately, this is not the case for providers treating people in need of mental health care. LD 1910 aims to change that. I'm sure I don't have to remind you that we in Maine are in a mental health crisis. We know that 1 in 5 adults and 17% of children face mental illness, and yet our supports to help Mainers face these issues of mental illness, substance use disorder, and other behavioral health care problems are in serious need of investment to meet the increasing needs of our communities. Too many Maine children and adults are suffering without access to treatment, enduring long wait lists, sometimes for months and months, languishing in emergency departments and jails because they have no other options. Expanding insurance coverage for EBP will increase Mainers' abilities to access affordable mental health care. It will also help our workforce issues. Practitioners cannot rely on Medicaid reimbursements alone to sustain their practices due to the stagnant reimbursement rates, which have not been raised in decades. I wonder how we would feel if antibiotics, for example, a proven treatment reviewed and tested for its efficacy, was unattainable because it wasn't included in approved treatments for fighting infections. Evidence-based practice helps clinicians in delivering the treatment and services most likely to achieve the goals and meet the needs of their clients, or as we say in healthcare, patients. But make no mistake, mental health care is healthcare. EBP also helps to ensure that successful programs are widely implemented. EBP treatment options that are effectively and widely used in the field, which are not covered by private insurance, as Representative Tepler alluded to, are multi-systemic therapies. This is an intensive family and community-based treatment for serious juvenile offenders with possible substance abuse issues, and it helps to support their families. The primary goal of MST are to decrease youth criminal behavior and out-of-home placements. Another practice which is not covered by private insurance is functional family therapy, or FFT. This is an evidence-based short-term emergency treatment strategy targeted for children ages 10 to 18. However, youth of other ages can also receive the services if it's deemed medically necessary. It provides clinical assessment and treatment for the individual and their family to improve communication, problem solving, and conflict management to reduce problematic behaviors of the individual. And finally, and one that I find critically important that's not covered by private insurance, is targeted case management. This is a set of services provided to target the population to help the client gain access to an array of services, including medical, clinical, social, educational, all aimed to help improve the quality of their lives. These services, again, are not reimbursed through Medicaid. And that is, pardon me, these services are reimbursable through Medicaid, but not with private insurance, and that is the problem. I'm going to skip ahead because I know you had a long day, and I know that others are going to come behind me to speak to some of this. But what I want to leave you with is just as healthcare providers address issues and treat us for our physical well-being, clinicians address issues that are relative to our emotional well-being and promote good health. I really want to thank Representative Tepler for bringing this bill forward. I believe it really is a critically important tool, not only to address our mental health crisis here in Maine, but it will also assure that children and families who are in need of receiving treatment will receive the optimal health. I think it's well overdue time that we have parity in how our providers are reimbursed for their critically important work, and I urge you to pass LD 10. I thank you for your time and your consideration, and I would do my very best to try to answer any questions for you.
Thank you, Representative Gramlich. Are there questions for our colleague? All right, I don't see any. We thank you for joining us today and providing that context. And next, oh, I'm sorry, I've navigated away from my list here. Okay, next we will hear from Mallory Shaughnessy. Good afternoon, Ms. Shaughnessy, go ahead.
Hi, good afternoon. Senator Sanborn, Representative Tepler, esteemed members of the Joint Standing Committee on Healthcare Coverage, Insurance, and Financial Services. I am Mallory Shaughnessy, excuse me, resident of Westbrook and Executive Director of the Alliance for Addiction and Mental Health Services. And on behalf of the 35 members of the Alliance, I am here to speak in support of LD 1910. There are a number of evidence-based treatments available for youth struggling with various mental health diagnoses. You can find a lot more about them in a link that I have embedded in my testimony that I submitted. There's a federal database. There's a lot of other information federally, and I'd be happy to get you more information on that. I think I did send quite a few things to Representative Tepler already. But you can, unfortunately, right now in Maine, parents with private insurance, as you've been hearing, cannot access some of these evidence-based community mental health services. Services like multisystemic therapy, functional family therapy, targeted case management, trauma-informed cognitive behavioral therapy. These are all well-known, effective, and evidence-based mental health treatments. We know these therapies are extremely successful in treating youth who are at risk of criminal justice involvement as well, of harming themselves or of harming others. In Maine right now, the Youth Department of Corrections provides hundreds of thousands of dollars a year through grants to help cover the cost of these evidence-based therapies to youth involved in criminal justice or at risk of involvement that do not have Maine care. These are healthcare treatments that shouldn't be covered by correctional system. They should be covered by health insurance. All the children in Maine should have access to these proven therapies, not just some. So I will end it there and say, please support LD 1910 with a unanimous ought to pass vote. Let's make sure all the kids get the care they need and deserve. And I'd be happy to get you more information. Like I say, I sent a bunch to Representative Tepler already.
Thank you, Ms. Shaughnessy. That's helpful context. Are there questions for Ms. Shaughnessy? All right, I don't see any, so I'm going to thank you for being with us. And next, we're going to hear from Dan Morin. I think he's on his way. I'm struggling a little bit with the wormhole at the moment. Colleen, can you try and move him over? I don't seem to be able to.
I'm trying.
He declined to be promoted to panelist. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
So
Then unless he raises his hand to let us know that that was a glitch in the matrix, I'm going to move on and ask if there's anyone else here who wishes to testify in favor of the bill. Please raise your electronic hand. Seeing none, I'm going to move on to those who have registered in advance to speak in opposition to the bill. And I am first going to call on Catherine Pelletreau. Good afternoon. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Senator Sanborn, Representative Tepler, members of the committee. My name is Catherine Pelletreau. I speak for the Maine Association of Health Plans, and I registered to testify in opposition to this bill. And I suspect that that will remain in opposition to this bill, but I wanted the committee to know that we were confused about the drafting here and misunderstood the sponsor's intent. And it wasn't until I connected with Representative Tepler yesterday to understand, what she was getting at, that we understood a bit more about what she was trying to do. The way the bill is drafted, it places the language in the same section of the law's preventive healthcare services. And as you all know, preventive healthcare services under the ACA eliminate cost sharing and co-pays for consumers. So we thought that this bill was similar to 1822. So I don't have too much more substantive to say today. I will get you written testimony. It sounds like this will be a mandate to broaden coverage. But I really can't say too much more than that without having circled back with my members.
Thank you, Ms. Pelletreau. Ms. Pelletreau, having listened to the testimony at the beginning, and I'm putting you on the spot a little bit so you don't have to answer this, but I'm somewhat baffled as to how we can have mental health parity as a mandate already in our statute, but yet insurers don't cover all of these evidence-based treatments for mental health that Maine Care does recognize the value of and does pay for. So do you have any just sort of philosophical or reflective analysis on why it would be that there is this carve out? Because I didn't understand the bill to begin with either, honestly, because I said we already mandate parity. So no, if it's medically necessary and evidence-based, then of course it's covered. And clearly I was wrong. So any sense there of why this isn't a violation of parity to begin with?
The only thing I'd note is we're all learning, right? And just this week, I think Representative Tepler mentioned that there was a report that came out from CMS finding that there were problems meeting mental health parity. So as I said, I mean, I haven't, convened again with my carriers since that report came out or since we understood really what this bill was about. So I mean, just not even anecdotally. Actually, I'm going to stop and I'll wait to reconvene with you all in writing once I've really heard what my members have to say.
Okay, that'll be really helpful. And we may need to have a work session that feels a little bit more like a continuation of a public hearing as well, because this is really important content information that we're going to need to understand. And I think that the Department of Labor report that came out on Tuesday is definitely something that, I'm going to read every page of when I get a chance. And I really urge you and your folks to do the same. And then we can sort of circle back and figure out what the heck mental health parity is supposed to mean and what we're doing and not doing here in the state of Maine, help with some guidance from the DOL. So thank you.
Thank you.
Yep. And next, we're going to hear from Christina Austinfort. Good afternoon, Ms. Austinfort, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Senator Sanborn, Representative Tepler, and members of the Health Coverage Insurance and Financial Services Committee. My name is Christine Austinfort. I am the Director of Government Relations for Anthem Blue Cross and Blue Shield here in Maine, and I appear before you this afternoon to testify in opposition to LD 1910. Like others, we were not completely clear on the objective of the bill, and so I think I do have a better understanding. Although we still, we are opposed to the bill for a couple of reasons. One, we actually do cover many of the therapies that were discussed. I did email our behavioral health medical director to confirm, and he indicated that we do cover multi-systemic therapy, functional therapy, cognitive behavioral therapy. Maine already has a law requiring coverage of applied behavioral analysis for autism. There was one other that came up that I did not ask him about, but we'll follow up with him. So I think there may be some confusion as to what is or is not covered under private insurance. But with respect to the language of the statute or proposed statute as well, as drafted, it sort of puts this on autopilot and possibly is more expansive than the sponsor intends, because it refers to any policies, practices, and programs published and disseminated by SAMHSA. So that becomes administratively difficult to monitor and track, because it would mean if a new policy or evidence-based practice was posted to the SAMHSA website on February 1st, we suddenly are required to cover it as of February 1st. So that would be very difficult to administer and to implement. For example, preventive services are updated on an annual basis as the U.S. Preventative Services Task Force makes recommendations. They're incorporated in the next renewal or January 1 for individual policies. It's also difficult to identify from the SAMHSA website what evidence-based therapies would be required under the language of the bill. So if the committee is interested in coverage of specific treatments or confirming that those treatments are currently covered, we would ask you to identify those. And as noted by the Bureau of Insurance, the bill as presented does present a new mandated benefit and should go to the Bureau of Insurance for study, which also might help to identify which treatments are covered today and which may not be. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have, and will of course be present at your work session as well.
Thank you, Ms. Ossenfort. Senator Brenner.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and nice to see you, Ms. Ossenfort. I'm wondering, is there a timeline that would work better for what gets published as evidence-based practice, and how to link it up with your review of coverage cycle?
Well, the first concern is that it's very vague as to what is evidence-based practice. I've been on the SAMHSA website, and there are things that are clearly, and then it's a little bit blurry. So, but putting the sort of logistical issue aside, if the committee were interested in exploring this, I think you would have to consider something similar to the way preventive services are handled, that they are updated on an annual basis, and that we incorporate newly adopted recommendations as we go forward. So, our policies that are renewed on January 1 would incorporate the changes that have occurred since the last January 1, or incorporated into group policies on renewal is typically how that works with preventive services today.
Can I ask a follow-up question?
Yes, Senator Brenner.
So how does that dovetail with what Maine Care covers? So for example, if Maine Care is recognizing a practice as evidence-based and providers are having trouble getting it covered by Anthem, when you're evaluating those services and deciding whether or not you're going to cover them, do you look to see whether or not Maine Care is covering them?
I can check on that. I'm not sure whether we would look to see whether Maine Care is covering. But as I said, our behavioral health and medical director indicated that many of the services that have been discussed today are in fact covered under our plans today.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Matheson. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Ms. Ossenfort, did you need to finish up your comment?
No, I was just going to say if people who testified in support of the bill have specific examples, I'd be happy to take those back if they can share them with me and try to investigate why, if something wasn't covered, why.
That would be very helpful. So anybody who's listening, whether it's Representative Gramlich or Ms. Shaughnessy, Representative Tepler, anyone who has specific examples, let's get those to Ms. Ossenfort in advance of the work session. Representative Matheson.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Just 2 quick questions. Could we get a listing of what is covered with EVP through Blue Cross Blue Shield from you? And also, do you do the same type of analysis for physical health for EB for coverage? I guess I'm just curious if it's the same situation for physical health versus mental health.
Yeah, the process for determining, whether something is covered is the same. It's tough because going on the SAMHSA website, it's hard to identify what falls into the category of the bill. As I mentioned, some of the specific therapies that were referenced are covered. So I'm not sure what else might be out there that isn't covered. It's a very amorphous concept right now. At least when I looked at SAMHSA's website, they do have a link to a resource center. But for example, some of them are practical tools for prescribing and promoting buprenorphine in primary care settings. Is that something that we'd have to cover or not? I think that's more a guide for practitioners. So it's a little difficult to sort out what are the evidence-based practices on that page and what are more informational.
Could I have a follow-up? Maybe this is more for the work session. It sounds like it sounds like Blue Cross Blue Shield is covering a lot of these services, but maybe it would be good to find out what's happening with the other carriers, private carriers, for a work session.
Yep. Okay. Thank you, Ms. Awesome. Oh, Representative Brooks, go ahead. You're on mute, Representative Brooks.
Thank you. Thanks. Thank you, Chair. Chair Sanborn. I had a question also for the work session. If we had any data or information on like evidence-based and definitions. I know that's kind of broad, but framed that way, but kind of like trying to compare medical, whether, any medical field, like what kind of criteria or how does that process go for an insurance company? Like, what are the evidence-based criteria? And I guess that's maybe too big for the bill, but just some information on that maybe.
So just to make sure I understand, you're looking for our definition of evidence-based?
Yeah, like how do you find out, like, if something for mental health parity or medical parity, whether it would be like a statistical question, like is it a 95% confidence interval for like a statistical type thing? Or is it more like you have a panel of expert doctors and practitioners, providers that come to a shared decision-making framework?
I will take that back and bring that to you for the work session.
Thank you, Ms. Ossenfort.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you for joining us. Next, we will hear from Elizabeth Frazier.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for having me. Hope you can hear me okay. My name is Elizabeth Frazier, and I'm an attorney at Pierce Atwood, but I'm here before you today on behalf of the Maine Jobs Council. I was before you a couple of weeks ago for the Maine Jobs Council, so I won't sort of review their ethos, but I do want to just sort of reiterate their general message about these types of issues, particularly as they concern sort of adding potential cost drivers to policies that already exist, and primarily to ask the committee that you try to look at these things sort of more holistically. As you know very well, oftentimes things sound really great and are really important and are priorities on their own, but then there's not necessarily an offsetting action to help lower the cost. So our message is more about just sort of overall process and reviewing these kinds of policy changes a little bit more holistically to try to keep those costs level across the board. But I think you've already heard from a lot of folks today about the more important details of the bill. I will say too, just for what it's worth, I was also a little confused about the bill language, but it's good to hear today that I definitely understood that there was that it's a mandate and coverage, but it sounds like there may also be parity details. So I'm anxious to learn more about that. Look forward to it, and we'll certainly be happy to be at the work session. And I did submit written testimony, so please feel free to look at that as well. And with that, I will be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Fraser. Are there good questions for Ms. Fraser? All right, I don't see any. Thanks for joining us today.
Thanks so much. Have a good afternoon. Stay warm.
And next we'll hear from Mr. Garrity. Good afternoon, Mr. Garrity. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Senator. Senator Sanborn, Representative Tepler, and members of the committee. My name is Bruce Garrity. I'm here on behalf of the Maine Auto Dealers Association Multiple Employer Welfare Arrangement. I won't repeat everything everyone else has said, including being a bit confused about what exactly the intent was. I'll just make one point. I'll adopt the points, especially that Ms. Ossenfort made. But if you look at the language, apart from whether something is evidence-based or meets some of the criteria in the statute, there don't seem to be any requirements as to the background of the provider. Is it the regular provider for an individual? Is it a provider with specific expertise? And I think that if the committee decides to move forward with the bill, that's a factor that you should consider. I won't reiterate the cost issue, which Ms. Fraser just raised, but that's a concern to us as well. And Senator, I'd be happy to try and answer any questions the committee might have.
Thank you, Mr. Garrity. Are there any questions for Mr. Garrity? All right, I don't see any. Thank you for joining us this afternoon.
Thank you.
All right, and I don't have anyone else on my list who has registered to testify, but I will ask whether anyone wishes to testify in any capacity on this bill before I close the hearing. Please raise your electronic hand. And I don't see anyone, so I will close the hearing on LD 1910. And that does bring us to the end of our agenda for today's public hearings. We'll be working on scheduling some additional work sessions for the bills that we heard today. And so you should get some information about that soon. And indeed, if Colleen and Representative Tepler want to work with us on that right now, we can probably do that and get some information out to folks later this afternoon. Are there any other announcements or comments before we adjourn? Colleen, Representative Colleen.
Just a reminder that Tuesday, what we do have scheduled already is a confirmation hearing for the last nominee to the Advisory Council on Affordable Health Care. And then we've also scheduled a briefing from the Bureau of Insurance and Gorman Actuarial on their revised report about the impact of merging the individual and small group market. The Bureau of Insurance is having a public forum tomorrow that some of you may have registered for. I'm not sure, but we're going to be having a briefing in the committee following the confirmation hearing on Tuesday as well. And then the rest of the schedule TBD, but we'll get that out to you tomorrow.
Colleen, could you send the committee the information about tomorrow's meeting? I know we've received it in the past, but just so that it's at the top of inboxes in case anyone wants to do it. And then also the link to the report itself in case folks want to review that prior to Tuesday's session. Thanks.
I'll send that information. The notice of the forum, the Bureau's forum includes the link to the report, but I'll resend that as soon as we finish up.
Thank you. Representative Tepler.
Yes, am I correct in, I thought I saw in my email that the rules have been promulgated around the potential merger?
There are some proposed rules that the Bureau, there are some rules that they have put in place, sort of pending the decision about a merger. And so those were just sent out, I think, yesterday, the day before, but I could resend the link to that or include that in the email I send out. So you'll have all of it in one place.
Okay, great.
Great. Representative Arford.
I just wanted to make sure I understood because I had registered for the event tomorrow. If basically we'll be getting the same information in committee on Tuesday.
Well, tomorrow is a public forum and then Tuesday is a presentation to the Committee of Jurisdiction. So the topic we're discussing is the same, but the questions asked or the substance of the discussion may be somewhat different.
Thank you.
Sure. And then I would just direct the committee's attention. Again, Colleen put together an excellent email following our briefing on Tuesday from the stakeholder group that was working on behavioral and primary care spending. And that is the email where you will find the Department of Labor's report regarding mental health parity. So there's a link to that as well. So that information is easily accessible from that email that we received on Tuesday afternoon. And thank you to Colleen for putting that together. All right, I think that's everything. So we appreciate you joining us today, and we'll see you on Tuesday. Have a good weekend, everyone.
Bye.
And are we going to scheduling meeting?
I'm going to send a link in
Thanks.
just a minute. Yep. See you soon.
Yep, see you soon.
You have a question, Representative Brooks?
Yeah, I just had a question. I have a scheduling information for the group that does the scheduling. I don't know, it's towards the end of February, my mom has doctor's appointments that I'm bringing her to. So I just didn't know if it's appropriate to let you know, or I know it's appropriate
That
to
would
let
be
the
great.
chairs know.
Yeah,
But
that
can
would
I
be
tell you
great.
now? Okay. Or
Why don't
tell
you
you
email me
offline?
because we're on
Offline,
YouTube.
I'll do it
Yeah,
offline.
please.
Okay,
Thank
yeah,
you.